Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, August the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Excellent. Okay, guys. The moment we all were waiting for, and thank you, William, for keeping the room open. I guess it was much appreciated by some. Maybe even all. Anyway, NVIDIA, of course, released earnings after hours yesterday and did not disappoint. Wow, did not disappoint at all. Right now, the stock's at $501. It actually got after hours yesterday, got up to 519. So it's actually had a bit of a pullback from 520 down to 501. Let's see if this holds. I mean, this may be a bit of a fade today, and if you're looking to fade Nvidia, I'm not saying this is not a suggestion to fade it, but if you are looking, don't forget you can do it by buying NVDS. Okay, that is the ETF designed specifically for NVIDIA. So, and this is the short version. So you could buy this if you thought NVIDIA might fade today. But we'll have to wait and see what happens once this market opens. And in other news, yes, AMC, these poor shareholders. So AMC, they did their basically their ape conversion. I guess ape is still trading. I don't think it. I think it stops either today or tomorrow as ape. Anyway, the conversion has taken place though, and so AMC, that's a 1 for 10. So before anybody gets all excited, thinking, "Oh my gosh, I'm rich," because they were holding AMC shorts yesterday. No, okay, this is effective $1.72. Okay, this is a 1 for 10 reverse split. So this is effectively like $1.72. And by the way, Ram 666, yeah, I can answer some questions. A little busy right now, but I can certainly help you. Okay. And welcome to Trade Ideas and to the room. Brush, BRSH, BRSH. I have no idea why this is up. This was down big yesterday. Now it's up today. I don't see any news on this one. I have a feeling it's just maybe the memers are getting a hold of this for today. I really don't know. Excuse me, I really don't know. But that's a big pop. Obviously, 86%. I don't think there's any news on this one though. If you're looking, so better SPAC, Casa. So is it still trading as better? BETR. Okay, so this is still trading as better, and then but they're going to be okay. Woof. Wow, this is an all-time low, guys. Woof is an all-time low. WOOF is an all-time low. Too bad. Yeah, this is an earnings play today. It's an all-time low, WOOF. Yeah, plenty of shorts available, 3.77 million at Interactive Brokers, so probably widespread availability. That is WOOF, all-time low. Petco Health and Wellness. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. Guidance reduced further. Yeah, so that's the big deal. Guidance is being reduced further. Yes, GES. This is an earnings play. And again, kind of bucking the trend of what was happening. Look, I mean, look what was happening ahead of her. Wow, that is a massive gap. Because remember, the retailers were getting hit over the last several weeks, and this was no exception. But look at this gap for Guess. Now, maybe coming into 2150 is looks like the high. Looking left on the daily chart, approximately. I mean, this could be a fade, but you know what? ANF definitely surprised me yesterday. Had a great day. And of course, it's a retailer. And now A&F was an all-time high, so I don't want to guess it's certainly not an all-time high. And Spirit, so I think this news hit yesterday afternoon because I think William was talking about Spirit. Yeah, well, actually after hours, I guess. So again, the same sort of issue that happened this week with Spirit Aerosystems, this week of early August, and the same type of problem with the max production issue. Thinks, yeah, Boeing drops 2% and Spirit drops 6% as max production issue risk, excuse me, risks delivery delays. So Spirit will be weak today, and this is a super critical area that it's at right now, 21. The low in after hours yesterday was 2062. So let's see if Spirit SPR can hold 21. Doesn't look good though. Dollar Tree DLTR. DLTR is an earnings play and gapping down a bit on earnings. Actually, it's a pretty big gap, 7% for 219 in the float, 219 million in the float. That's a pretty big gap. Look at the daily chart. It was already starting to slide ahead of earnings, and that is Dollar Tree DLTR. Splunk SPLK is an earnings play, and this is gapped up pretty nicely actually on earnings, up 13%. Another big float, 151 million. Look at this daily chart. Look at this daily chart, wiping all of this out. So when you look left, 113.17. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's getting into some resistance around between 114 and 115. Well, that's a big gap up for SPLK. Remember, yesterday it closed at 90, about $100. So that is a big gap up. And I think this is just a meme stock going crazy right now because I don't see any news on Groupon. Maybe I've missed it, but the GRPN, look at the short float percent, 33%, low float, 16.8 million in the float, 30%, 33% is short. And, so I think this is just one of the ones that the memers have got a hold of because I do not see any news specifically to Groupon right now. Brian, in our YouTube room, where do I get my news? I get my news from Interactive Brokers. Okay. I think Interactive Brokers has got a good news feed. We have yeah, our news feed is okay. I use it mainly for previous days, not so much today. But if I want to find out something that happened, days ago, then I like to use our news feed. But otherwise, I use Interactive Brokers for my news feed intraday. Ah, oh, okay. Well, you mentioned a CEO buying. I don't know if it was a CEO, but for Cava, I'm sorry, not Cava, but Sava. I did see this one in the pre-market. Yeah, Sava and a director. Okay, he was not the CEO, but a director. Richard, my last name, Richard Barry. He bought $300,000 worth of stock, 18,000 shares at 1667, which works out to about $300,000 worth. So that is Sava. So I guess that's the reason for the pop in Sava this morning. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. William and Real, or Real anyway, but a large insider purchase. Okay. Well, it's the same thing with the Sava. Interesting. I do not see that. I mean, I do see this 3,000 shares, but this was there must be another one because that's not a big deal. Anyway, that's news on the 21st. Okay, guys. Thank you. That's a big purchase. $6 times 430 40 excuse me, 437,000 shares. That is okay. Well, there's a reason. At least there's a reason. Somebody asked the reason for Brush. I cannot see any reason for Brush. BRSH. I do not see any specific reason why Brush is up. I think it's just a trade. You know what I mean? I think it's just some group somewhere or some newsletter is pumping it. I really don't know. There's no rhyme or reason for this one. ADTX. Well, let's take a look. That's a pretty low float, but let's take a look what we have. ADTX. We have 167,000, not 28,000, but it's still very, very, very low. I can check one other source, check that float and see what they've got. Yeah, we've got about the same 170,000. So I mean, it's not as insanely low as 28,000 Trader Mo. Okay. So it's about 170,000. Still very, very low. I don't see any news on this one. All right. What time is it? 9:11. So let me do a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Now, interestingly, I don't know if they're trolling AMC, but Wedbush has actually got well, they take it from underperform to neutral with a price target of 19 for AMC. I would disregard that, of course. 19, of course, is post reverse split. So that's like $1.90 before the reverse split. Well, let's take a look at some of these upgrades. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get them in first, and then I'll take a look at some of them to see if there's anything interesting. Now, okay, Goldman is upgrading KVUE. I still don't know if this has been added officially to the S&P 500. And Nvidia upgraded to 600 by Stifel. So what I want to do, first of all, take a look at KVUE. What is the price of it? It's been kind of trading in a pretty narrow channel over the last few. Well, okay. So Goldman's got an upgrade for this one with a target of 29. They've changed that they were neutral before, but now they are putting it out as a buy with a price target of 29. Now, before everybody just hops in and buys this one because Goldman says they've got a price target of 29. Of course, that's not the case, right, guys? But I still don't know when they're supposed to be added officially to the S&P 500. This is the spinoff from Johnson and Johnson, and this is the news right there. Goldman upgraded Kenvue to buy with a target of 29. Now, the other one might be interesting. Take a look at DFS Discovery. This was a hard hit. Yeah, so this has actually got an upgrade. I don't know how much weight Wolf Research has, but they've upgraded it to $104. And of course, this one has been in basically from this week on, from July, the week of July the 17th. Since then, it's just been dropping, dropping, dropping. So I guess the interesting one might be the KVUE to see if that upgrade by Goldman really, really takes effect this morning. Here's a real cheap one, guys. I'm hearing it. NBSC. This is in the gap up. NBSC. This was active yesterday. Got a little bit above $1 yesterday. Very low float, 1.42 million in the float. Looks to me anyway, it looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance between this $1.30 and $1.50 mark, but you never know because of that float. So let's take a look at some of the downgrades. APLD, I'm hearing also, guys. APLD. This was an active one yesterday. I think some of you were trading that. Yeah, this was a nice move yesterday for APLD. Looks like the next highs are in the 750 mark when you look left on the daily chart. Okay, AGTI has been downgraded by Morgan Stanley. Let's take a look at AGTI, see what the price is right now before I tell you what they downgraded it to. Yeah, so it's already there. They downgraded it to $10, so that's not a big deal. Let me get these in first. I'll type them in and then I'll take a look at some of them to see if there's anything interesting. Again, probably the most interesting one is that it could be that KVUE. Okay, so there are the upgrades and there are the downgrades. Again, this is from briefing.com, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, AMC is just there's no shorts, and of course, the day of a reverse split, though there weren't any shorts available earlier. Boy, I feel sorry for anybody who is just roped into buying and holding this one. Remember now, this is a dollar 68, really, guys. This is remember a 1 for 10 reverse split effect today. So this is really a $1.68 stock. It's okay, it's for tomorrow. You know what, William? I have expanded my price range to infinity. So let's take a look at OSI. Yeah, no, I'm no volume yet. It is an earnings play. You're right. It's an earnings play right now. There's no volume. All right, guys, I will now take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new, and then docked channel bar, and scroll down till I see show more, and then click on sector status. And let's take a look at the major sectors ahead of the open. That's funny, Kishore. All right, so yeah, so oil is still weak. I haven't really checked the price of oil recently, but obviously it's weakening. I think you know if you read the news, China's kind of weakening overall economy, so maybe not going to be using as much oil. I mean, I don't really look at the macro events, guys, obviously because I'm more of an intraday trader, but you know that appears to be what's happening. So what you're seeing here right now it's interesting because the market is in for we're in for a decent little pop, but I'm seeing that first of all, okay, let's take a look at energy. XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. So these are the major sectors. So when you say 85% in red, what does that mean? That means that 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what it means. So as we speak, that's what's happening. Consumer staples, look at that, 74% are down. Tech, you know, obviously helped a lot by NVIDIA. But we're sort of getting a mixed bag, even though the SPY is up this morning, we're sort of getting a mixed bag. Industrials are down, but more importantly, this is what I like to do now every morning, just take a look to see where they are now with respect to the 200-day moving average. So let's take a look at XLE with oil sort of weakening. You can see what's happening. So on my daily chart, you can see that blue line. This is my 1 day. This is my daily chart. And so the blue line represents the 200-day moving average. And you can see that, energy, which was, looking pretty good a few days ago, starting to drift down towards that. Let's take a look at retail. Retail, which was sitting on it a few days ago. Yeah, so it is still, yeah, I mean, it's still below it. So there's one, okay? There's one of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, I know, is going to be below. Yeah, it's been drifting down below that 200-day moving average for about a week and a half now. Healthcare, yeah, I mean it's close, but yesterday, well, we'll have to see what happens today. I mean, it depends what the market does, but that's very close to the 200-day moving average also. I think there was one that really surprised me. I think was it industrials or was it materials? Excel. Yeah, so industrials is still above it. And of course, financials was the one, guys. I mean, gave it up a few days ago. XLF still kind of hovering around. Let's see if it can pop through it today. But it is below. Financials are below. Consumer staples below. Discretionary, consumer discretionary. VSF, guys. I mean, wild one. VFS is active again. So this, let's see, consumer discretionary still above the 200-day moving average. I think it was materials. That's the one that really surprised me. XLB. Yeah, look at this. Stat right on top of that 200-day moving average. Okay. Now, as we speak, it's just a little bit below. In the pre-market, it's below. So that's in jeopardy today. And I'm not going to look at communications or technology because they're definitely above. I'll look at technology. Let's see what see the weight that Nvidia. Yeah, so recall that technology was drifting down towards it, but look at the past few days. I mean, right back up. How do I make the cursor in the mess? Are you talking about in here, Doc? Are you talking about in here? This box, guys, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. How do I make the cursor in the message box move down the line without sending? I don't know what you mean. Here's a question that I don't think that I've been asked before. I'm sorry, I don't quite know what you mean. All right, guys. Sorry, I just don't know what you mean, Doc. Yeah, VFS just yeah, no shorts available at Interactive. Well, I should check. I don't think there are any. There haven't been any. Yeah, still no shorts available. Not readily available. And the fee rate is only 381%, if there were. I saw FUTU. Is it an earnings play also? FUTU, but it was up and down. It actually showed up on the gap up and then it showed up on the gap down. So you're right. FUTU is an earnings play kind of stock. What's the type of message to then drop to the next line when you hit enter? I don't know. I don't think I've ever had that question before. So if I click test and hit enter, what is the problem? I'm not sure what the problem is. Oh, I see. I guess there's no way. I don't know. I mean, I don't remember this is a third party product. I guess there's no way. You're the first person since we've had this third party trading room to ask that question. Yeah, I did see the TSHA also. I don't know if I mentioned it. TSHA. It's up here somewhere. Boy, AMC. Tragic. It's only tragic because of all the crazy Twitter posts for it seems like well, really over 2 years now. With all the imaginary shorts that are haven't materialized, they're going to pop this one to $10,000. Okay, guys, just give me one moment. Okay, guys. Oh, I didn't mention HKIT. I know I did not mention. That's been a really crazy trader. I mean, look at where it's come from. A few days ago, $12 up to 38. Low float, China. I don't know. And it's not like there's, well, anyway, what we have, it's not like there's a high short float percent for this one. Goods. Gracing us with your early morning appearance. Just checking GME to see if there's still no interest in this one. Man, oh man, I thought about taking this in the pre-market. The Wolf. I'm not, well, it's not that I care so much about the memes, but in order to identify a stock, it's not that I care about them. But if I see them, if they're running, I've got to. 1 minute to the open. Thank you, William. So if I see something that is running and I don't see any news about it, and it has been sort of a meme stock before, I'm just going to call it a meme stock. That's all. Yeah, I guess GES. Look at Brush. Yeah, this is it could be a meme stock. Okay. It's just I'm just trying to identify because there's no reason, but you look at the float, the short float. Well, again, that's not the real float, but you look at the percent, you look at the float, it's like I'm just using as a blanket term, okay? All right, we're now open, everybody. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. And there's the brush, guys. BRSH. You can see. So I've got this Momo up here, guys. I am sharing it. I am sharing this one. I sort of replace it. I place this with the for the other one with the. I replaced this from the other one that I had. Still sharing both of them in my homepage. All right, guys, look at Nvidia. This is interesting. I mentioned this one as potential fade off the open, but yeah, this is what's happening. Well, I didn't, no, I should back up. I did not suggest it was going to fade, but I'm saying if you thought NVIDIA was going to fade, you could buy NVDS. Okay, guys, now there's the SPR. This is really, really, really weak. Okay. This is underneath that 200-day move, not the 200-day, sorry, underneath $21. It is early. Gosh, I wish it had hung around 21 for a bit. Ah, oh my goodness, guys. Okay, look at the SPR. Look at the SPR. Look at the SPR. Well, here we have a daily reversal, FL. Look at Foot Locker, guys. So, this is interesting because it was at this point, it was an all-time low. Okay, earnings yesterday, great recovery all day long, closed at the high of the day, and now it's continuing to make a move, and that is Foot Locker, FL. It's early, but it is continuing to make a move, crawling off the all-time low it had yesterday. Well, you know what? FUTU's got room. The next high looking left is 52.54, so it's got a little bit of room. Next high looking left on the daily chart for FUTU. Let's take a look at KWEB. All right, just take a look at what's happening in China overall and see if FUTU is. I mean, I know it's an earnings play, so KWEB is not. It's not a disaster right now. It's a little bit of a pop, but this is again big China ETF. Man, oh man, I look at this F. Incredible, isn't it? Well, now high yesterday for VFS was 45. The high the day before that was 47. Surprised this has not been halted yet. VFS. I mean, it's a program. So obviously the it has not, believe it or not, popped up enough in the period of time. Wow, SPR guys. And if you're a little more aggressive than I am, this was a great short under 21. Now the big deal, will it take out 20? Wow. Okay, guys, guess. Haven't paid too much attention to guess other than in the pre-market. So guess is putting a new high now. And there it is. There's guess putting in a new high. And I said guess has a let's say a high of 2167. So it's above that high. So the next high now is 2220. 2220. So not that far away, a little less than 40 cents away from that next high. Guys, I have to check something here. My fan is going crazy. See if what's going on with a program. Give me a moment. Wow, AMC. I mean, just no shorts available for me. AMC. But if there were, 639% fee rate. So anyway, there's now remember this is a dollar 55. Dollar 55. Spirit guys, I mean now it's down below 20. SPR, Oprah, or I guess I should call it Opera. This is an earnings play. Remember this day, honey. Remember this? Hi, honey. Remember this day here? This was an all-time high for OPRA right up here. And since then, it has basically been cut in half. All right, let's take a look at TSHA from Shady. See, I love you, Shady. 244, 236. So just to explain what Shady is doing, he is, I don't know if he means he's long it right now or when it hits 244, which it did before, but his stop is at 236. This is an earnings play. I don't know this. I don't know these guys at all. CRH out of the Dublin or Ireland. Out of oh man, hope there's nobody Irish here. Rathfarnham, Rathfarnham, Ireland. Never heard of that or that city, but they're out of Ireland. Aaron, go. There's guess guys. Guess. GES. Nvidia still is in fade mode, guys. NVDL. Well, NVDS. You want to buy? You think NVS? If you think Nvidia is going to fade even more, NVDS is what you would buy. Woof. Another all-time low here, guys. This is an earnings play. Boy, if it takes out five, I'm going to be interested. Excuse me. Is it because of the Hollywood writers strike? Why AMC trading? No. AMC was, long before the writers strike and the actors writers strike. Long before that was a mess. No, they're just no. They've diluted the company horribly with that ape conversion. And I think people are just catching on. Well, this is pretty amazing. I mean, this is almost like I understand. Foot Locker yesterday was an all-time low down here at just underneath 15. And since then, it is basically tacked on $3. And again, I don't like to trade in the first 15, so I'm kind of backing off right now. First 15 minutes. Well, this short that I took, I think almost a week and a half ago now, EQNR in the simulator. There was my entry at 3204, 2961 right now. All right. Well, this is another retailer. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Make sure I'm right here. Yeah, another retailer, Hain. I'm sorry. This is not a real. I thought that was Hanes, as in stockings. No, 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 no. Okay, so Hain is an earnings play. HAIN is an earnings play, and it's basically trying to get back to yesterday's close. It's a dime below that. Oh, AMC just tank, tank, tank. Remember, this is really $1.47. And look, the only reason I'm not fixated on it, but it keeps showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, so so the markets are mildly up right now, but there's an opening 15-minute red candle on the SPY. This Build-A-Bear? Build-A-Bear is an earnings play. All-time high. Build-A-Bear is an earnings play. BBW, all-time high. PJ, really didn't see this in the pre-market. I don't think it was trading very much. Yeah, it still hasn't. It's only 120. You can see right now. I mean, relative volume is 30. Means it's trading 30 times normal up to this time of day in the first 15 minutes. Only 120,000 shares. So it's not a lot of shares yet. How were you able to take advantage of it, Jason? AMC idea. Who's your broker? Like, I'm assuming you're shorted. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Wow. You know what, guys? Look at this. Look at now. Again, why do I see this? I'm not, again, mini me. I'm not focused on them, but they're showing up on a scan. So I click on it. So GME, which was the king of the meme stocks at one point. Look at this, Cobra. Okay, so Cobra's got shorts for AMC. All right, guys, we're now 15 minutes in, so I can take a closer look to see. Gee, me, I'm gonna have to make a decision here if I want to short this one, then because it's below everything here now. No, it isn't. The next low looking left on the weekly chart looks like around 1553. Blaze, BLZE. Let's take a look at BLZE showing up here. Now the only issue is big issue though. 200-day moving average right here, 505. That could easily block it. Well, I'd be watching NVDL, okay, because it is it's right at 100 now. NVDL just basically at 100, and see if that holds. Again, this is the ETF for Nvidia. So you want to go long Nvidia, you can buy this, and let's see if 100 holds it. Well, look at KVUE. That upgrade to 29 did not help. So yeah, the upgrade to KVUE from Goldman to 29 is not helping. Wow, look at VFS. Insanity prevails, guys. VFS probably take out 50 today. Not well, I shouldn't say it like that. I don't know what it's going to do, but I think it's at the high now. Yeah, it's above that high over here. And if you're looking for a reason, don't. This is a new issue. Uh, Vietnamese EV play, electric vehicle play. It was a SPAC, probably one of the, well, I would say definitely one of the better ones we've seen in the last couple of years in terms of price action. And just as I'm saying that, look at that, 49.45 now. VRAR, haven't seen this one for a while. VRAR, again, right into the 200-day moving average, and it's stalled right there. 397 is the 200-day, and it's I mean, it's still trying to maybe get through it. Well, I was kind of hoping for a little pullback for gas, but it did not happen. It just kept running and running and running. And that's the risk I take don't taking these early, but I've just seen it happen too many times where these stocks early pop in the first fifth and then they drop and they come back up and drop. I like to see things settle down a little bit, but I do run the risk of something running on me and I'm not in it. That's okay. All right, let's take a look at TSHA. I guess it triggered for 80. So there is news for this one. Rises on FDA's fast track tag, okay, for brain disorder therapy. So there is news for this one. Relatively low float, 8.5 million in the float. Well, why would you do that though, Doc? Why wouldn't you buy NVDS? I mean, you can short NVDL if you want, but I mean, it's just the inverse. So, I mean, you can short NVDL if you want, sure, but why wouldn't you just buy NVDS? Okay, well, NVDS is cheaper. So I don't understand. I mean, NVDS is cheaper. Wow, look at that, guys. My crystal ball worked. VFS through 50. But I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you want to short NVDL? There's nothing stopping you from shorting that if you, as opposed to going long NVDS, if that's what you want to do, nothing stopping you. Unbelievable. So now the market cap of this, because I don't know what the how many shares outstanding there are really. I mean, we have a float of 16 million for this VFS, but I mean, if you take a look at the market cap, the true number of shares outstanding multiplied by the price, somebody said it's has a combined market cap greater than GM and Ford. And they've sold 6 cars. I don't know. I don't even know if they've sold 1 car. Another low float one, guys, 4 million in the float, ELIQ. Hey, you know what? Wolf held, guys. I might have to go long Wolf. I want to see if Wolf held runs me a little bit like Foot Locker yesterday, an all-time low on earnings, but 5 held. Let's see if it continues to bounce from here. Ah, good for you, William. You took better, didn't you? BETR. Ram 666, are you still in the room? Can you hear me? If you have a question, you can ask. If I can help, I will. Guess. Well, that was definitely the one. The only one on the 10-day daily breakout, 2192. But again, just too early for me to take them. Unbelievable. Let's see what retail is doing in general. XRT. So you can see it had a bit of a recovery yesterday from the lows, still below the 200-day moving average, and basically flat. Pru. Wow, interesting one. PRU, Prudential Financial, through the 200-day moving average, but yeah, the next highs are pretty close, around 94-ish, 94.30. So unfortunately, that is too close for me. I wish had it been like 100 up here, I would have probably taken this one. We do not have option flow. So the question in our YouTube room, do we have option flow? No. So, just as a basic explanation about what you're seeing here, abnormal option activity. I know I repeat myself every day, but we have new people every day, so I will repeat myself every day. So I don't trade options, but what I'm looking for in this scan are just stocks that are having abnormal option activity, because if they're having abnormal option activity, they're trading abnormally. And I will trade the stock, though I don't trade the options. So for instance, when you look at Guess, let's take a look at Guess. So far, 8,846 contracts have been sold or bought, and that represents 6.7 times normal. Okay, normal meaning what has been the average over the last 10 days. So this helps me find stocks that are not just trading abnormal volume. I looked at the relative volume for Guess, 84 times normal, but it's also in conjunction with that trading abnormal options. Okay. So it just helps me further identify stocks that are trading abnormally, which of course, if you're intraday trading, that's what I want. Now, if you are an intraday option player, this can probably help you because it's zeroing in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Here's Foot Locker, 38,000 contracts a day, 6.5 times normal. Well, guys, listen, I'm looking for a fade on gas eventually because now, if you're wrong, if you're along this one, I'm not cheering against you, of course, but 23.34, so it's broken through that. The next high is 24.15. I have a tough time believing it's going to take out 24.15. So what I'm going to do is wait to see how close it gets to 24, and maybe start a bit of a fade trade. It looks like Nvidia has settled down a little bit now, guys. Wow, here's another all-time low. I don't know this company at all. They're in the fiber, yarn, and thread mills sector. UFI. I mean, I know we can read the profile, what they do. The Brazil and Asian segments comprises. Okay, well, they sell around the world, I guess. Wow. Anyway, all-time low. UFI, and it's an earnings play. UFI is an all-time low. Lots of shares available too. 1.7 million at Interactive Brokers. 1.17, sorry, at Interactive Brokers. I don't see the Oot. Ah ha ha. No, you're making fun of my Canadian accent, which I do not say Oot. Okay, guys. Now things have settled down a little bit. Okay, Taurus. Interesting. I've never traded options in my life, so interesting explanation about all of that. I like to I don't think I'd like to post that into our YouTube room for the person who asked. The problem is I might have to split it up. Eric, this is something that one of our okay, I have to split it up. So here's the second part. Somebody posted in our main room. That's his opinion, of course. Yes, guys. Okay, I did get a little piece of it. I did not get as much as I wanted. I might have to start covering. I mean, it's always dangerous trying to play a like something that's top. You're trying to find a top or a bottom, especially something that is, it's an earnings play, so it's very positive. But I was thinking that 24, I was hoping we'd get a little closer to 24. Mm. As it gets closer and closer to that 23, and that's for the guess. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just concentrating right now on this guess short. Okay, I've covered some more. I don't have very much left. It's still a strong stock. Okay, it's still very strong. This was just a play based on maybe not being able to take out 24. Um, Thoughts on Pirs, Pirs. Okay, I'll take a look at that from our YouTube room. Yeah, you're kind of on your own, okay? I don't really, um, I don't want to say specialize, but I don't really look at stocks under a dollar. I do see what you're looking at. I mean, obviously, it's got room to a dollar. You said they had a good press release. Well, maybe that obviously helped it somewhat. But I don't really trade stocks under a dollar. The only thing, again, all I can say, it looks like it's pretty extended right now on the daily chart. And it's gone from 20 cents to 50 cents, but there is still room to a dollar. So, or to be exact, 92 cents. Well, I don't do it often, but I mean, when I look at guests and I just see an area that I think it could easily stall, always willing to try something like that. I don't have a scan for it as such. Well, there's that 18 for Foot Locker now. Wow. So Foot Locker shares are trading higher amid speculation of activist interest. Okay, so I guess if you're looking for a reason, I guess this must have been yesterday though too. Maybe Ram 666 not in the room anymore. Too bad. He asked a question really early. Maybe I'll just post it here. Possible he has me on mute. All right, ELIQ, a little Electric Power Holdings, another low float. I didn't like it because I thought two might stall it, and there's a little bit of. I mean, it's not. No, if I look left, the next high is 198. 198. I'm just looking at the daily charts here. 230. I mean, it's got some room, and it's too late for me now. ELIQ. All right. A little more expensive one, guys. Trying to make a comeback. China stock, NTES. It is an earnings play, just over 100. The next high looking left is 103.22 ish. And that is NTES, if you're so inclined. Yeah, I'm totally out of the guess short, guys. No, it may bounce right. It may bounce from here. Wow, thrush all the way up to 450 before it came back down. Okay, this one has some room. Big day yesterday. Actually, a good 4 days for UPWK, but now it is starting to give up some of it, and it's big number to take out 14. Now it's chase mode. Unfortunately, this did get up to 1580, so it dropped a dollar. but let's see how long it holds under 14, or sorry, 15, because the next low looking left, it's got some room down to almost 14, 14.18. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Look at Spirit now, guys. SPR. Yeah, the only way I would have taken this one right off the bat, it had it been a lifetime low. But this is just getting kicked again. Look at, boy, what a disaster for this company. All to do with parts, I guess they're supplying to Boeing, something to do with that. And that's what happened this week. And now the same sort of issue is popping up. And again, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, there's your first alert right at 9:32, 9:31, 54 seconds. But for Spirit, 2053. So it's almost a dollar down from that. This is my 10-day daily breakdown. Let's take a look at NAAS. That's just showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. See, I didn't say oot. Well, this looks like it's got some room. I'm trying to eyeball where the next high is on the weekly chart. Looks it looks like 797. Looks like 797 is the next high in the weekly chart for it. NAAS. Well, guys, so much for my crystal ball on this one. Look at ELIQ. Just blasted right through all those little areas I thought might be resistance. Just blasted right through it. And they actually did have some news 2 days ago. Actually, well, yeah, after the market closed 2 days ago, this gel partnership reports an 8% passive stake. So I guess that kind of got it rolling a bit. Or maybe it's a delayed reaction, really, unless there's some other news on this one that I can't see. Well, Nvidia's obviously bouncing a bit, guys. I'm looking at NVDL and it's bounced off 100. Do I have a transportation list that I can share in this chat box? Unfortunately, I don't, Chang. Even if I did have one, but let's just take a look at now. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber, Chang? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Hopefully, you can hear me. And when I say that, guys, I know everybody can hear me, but every now and then people ask a question, and I don't know if they have me on mute or not. So I have to ask. So I'm just directing it towards you, Chang. Can you hear me? Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Mm. Oh, you can hear me. Oh, so that means you are a Trade Idea subscriber. So I don't have a transportation, but let's take a look. If I'm going to go to an alert window, all right? I'm going to right click. Hopefully you can follow what I'm doing. I'm going to right click, click on configure, and then I'm going to click on symbol list. Okay, now I'm going to click on add existing list. Now, if I scroll down, sectors, there's something called sectors. All right, and I'm going to click on the positive. It's going to explode it. I'll scroll down, transportation and warehousing. Can you see what I'm doing? So if I click on that, that moves, when I clicked on it, it moves it over to this. Where are you? Yeah, there it is, transportation and warehousing. Okay. So it moves, you have to move it over into this. And now there's a symbol list for transportation and warehousing. Okay. Now, what I really should have done is I could have exploded this also and really, you really want to get very, very, very specific, truck transportation, rail transportation, air transportation. Okay. So these are some symbol lists that we've got. Okay. And then once it's in this list, then it's a symbol list, then you can attach it to a top list or an alert window, however you want to monitor it. So does all that make sense? Oh, you're welcome. So I see that our AI, I didn't even see this. I see that our AI actually had guess as a long, good one too, over $1 now. It's pulled back, obviously. Ugh. Yeah, better brutal now. Yeah, halted on the way down. I'm sure William got out. Man, oh man, how wrong was I on the ELIQ thinking that it would stall right around this 220 mark? Okay, how is the market doing? So the Dow is up a little. NAS is now down a little. SPY is basically flat. So of course, with the Nvidia kind of well, not kind of, it's sold off from the highs, obviously affecting tech. NAS a lot of tech stocks, of course. Look at Spirit, guys. SPR, SPR. Just continues. SPR just continues down here. Okay, guys. So guess it's having a bit of a bounce now. Looks like it tried to hold the VWAP. Let me take a look at guess. VWAP is 2264. Oh, sorry, it's way down here, so it wasn't even close. All right, guys, I am short Opera, OPRA, underneath that 13 mark. I'm in at, what did I get in at? Took a while to get it. 1285. OPRA, 1285. It's an earnings play. I like the whole number break, so I was watching that one breaking underneath 13. Got in a little bit later than I wanted, but the 200-day moving average is far enough away. Remember TSAT. TSAT finally having a down day. Okay, must be a lot of profit taking now because, again, on this day here, on the 11th of August, was an earnings play, and since then, other than that 3-day pullback, it just exploded higher. Even today, it took out yesterday's high, but maybe now there's just a lot of profit taking. I'm just watching what the SPY is doing here, guys. So we had opening 15-minute candle red. The next one was green. The next one's red, and now starting to drift down again. Wow, TSAT, guys. Wow, what a great short. If you'd seen it a little bit earlier. Now, the low of yesterday, maybe that holds it. The low of yesterday looks like around 1970. Maybe that holds it for the TSAT. I don't think there's no news on that one that I can see. I think it's just, super. Look at, oh my, I know I'm going to keep saying this all day. How wrong was I on ELIQ? Thinking that 220 mark would stall it. Wow. Well, the power of the low float, 4 million in the float. I don't like this presentation. This is how I used to present the momentum scans. It sort of nags at you over and over and over again. Hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. I keep making a new high. And this is just dagger through the heart here for me. ELIQ, 125% up now. All right. Well, this VLZE actually does have a little bit more room. I mean, it's through the two. It's right at the 200-day 505. So it's right at the 200-day moving average. It did pop above it a bit. And now if it can maintain over the 200-day moving average, the next high looking left is 546. Yeah, the market is getting weaker as we speak. Not shortable for me. ELIQ, not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. I mean, if you get really aggressive, I mean, this still has room to about 540. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but you look at this daily chart, and it's just been powering through all these little areas that could have been resistance, and it looks like maybe 540. But again, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Guys, we're talking about Burlington before. I had no time to actually type the symbol in. It's an earnings play, BURL. Yes. Yeah, no kidding. Yikes. $20 drop. All right. So Opera just took a little pop on me. I may just get out of it. It's basically where I shorted it. I'm out of it, guys. I don't like it anymore. So basically flat on the Opera. Am I stuck in a short? Why would you ask that, Chang? I'm not stuck in a short. Oof, too bad, Dak. When is that SPR bounce coming? I don't know. I mean, let's take a look a little more close. Well, maybe, well, it already had a bounce, 1880 up to 19 now. Bit of a one anyway. Meanwhile, VFS just continues to move higher, pull back down to 50, and now it's back up to 56. So two trades for me so far. I guess short that worked out okay, and then an offer short that basically got out flat. Whoa, there's NVDL now. NVDL right at 100 again. So might have to take a look at NVDS as a long. Look at this. Another new high now for VFS. I mean, but look what it did. I mean, that's why you got to be so insanely careful. 58 and then pops right back down to almost 50. Whoa, I'm looking at Bitcoin here, guys. So Mara is on the way down. The 200-day is certainly far enough away. I'm looking at Bitcoin. Looks like it's taking a header also. I know I'm on a slight delay, but what about 26,000 down 400 or so? I'm going to say never, Krogan. You want level two? I mean, you know your broker obviously has level two if you want it. So the question is, will trade ideas ever introduce level two? I mean, if level two is absolutely required for the kind of trading you do, I mean, I hate to be flip about it, but just use your broker. I mean, if it's that important to you, I mean, it doesn't cost much. So But I can say with almost certainty we'll never offer level two. But you have a broker, right? Krogan, I mean, you've got a broker. So, I mean, here's my call it level two, whatever you want to call it. This is Interactive Brokers, time and sales, all the action that's happening. Okay. So you have a broker. It's not like Trade Ideas is a broker also not giving you level two. Maybe I'm just so used to the way I trade. When I click on an alert, the first thing I do is go in, I take a look at my brokerage package, Interactive Brokers. That's the first thing I do. I have no idea. I don't use level two, so I mean, you might say, well, sure I do. Well, I don't really. All I'm no. This is just for time and sales. My bid ask. I don't really care about what's happening on this right hand corner. And listen, people ask me all the time. Well, not all the time, but I mean, do you use level two? And I say I don't. And that doesn't mean that, a person, if you can find a way to use level two and you can make money using level two, go for it. I've just found that for me, the way I trade anyway, it makes no difference. And it confuses the matter for me. I just find that too many games are played, you know, putting in big bids and asks and yanking them. Now, maybe on the cheaper stocks that doesn't happen, but at any rate, but that is just because I don't do something. I certainly don't say, well, then that's what you should do. Who's your broker, Kurogan? I mean, level two is sort of. I don't believe that a broker will get rid of level two. Okay, so Marty, when you say custom sounds for alerts, are you talking about you want to have your own sounds, or because we have a lot of sounds? So, so just maybe elaborate. The question is, any tips where to get custom sounds for alerts? I mean, we have a lot of sounds here. If I right click, so here I have a sound on this one, for instance, on my Momo scan. So if I right click and go to properties and click on actions, and you notice it is checked. You click on the play sound, set up the sound. Now you may want you may want your own sound. So I'll just continue this in case people, just to give people a general idea about how they can have a sound alert. So the whole idea of a sound alert is that you can put a different sound alert for your different alert windows and multi-strategy windows. Now, I caution you, don't have so many open that you get nothing done. You'll be clicking like mad on symbols all day long, you're getting nothing done. But having said that, text to speech, you can use one of your you can assign text to speech to one of them. And I say one of them because again, the whole idea is to have a different sound alert for your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Obviously, if you had every single window text to speech, you'd have no idea where the alert is coming from. Now you don't have to use text to speech, but a lot of people do like that. So you can click on that. Otherwise, you click on use custom sound, click on the select sound, and here are the folders that we have. We have three folders. Each folder has a series of price alerts. Okay. And so you can click on one, open it, you can play it. If you like it, then you can say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to the window that you open the sound alert box on. Okay. Now, if you want to have your own, oops, then the idea then would be, I mean, if you literally want, I mean, if this isn't enough for you, okay, we have three folders again. If we have three folders with all sorts of different sound alerts, but if that wasn't enough for you, or you wanted to have your own, then you would have to create, you have to find whatever sound alerts you want, and then put them in a folder, I guess, and then put them into this right here, into the Trader Diz alert developments sounds. Okay, you'd have to put the folder in here, and then you can select from there. Does that answer your question, Marty? Now, I can't tell you where you're going to find a bunch of sound alerts, but I know some people who are good at this. I mean, maybe they have a little song or something, 2 seconds of a song or something, and they create the audio file and put it into a folder and stick that folder in here. But don't ask me how to do that. Okay. Okay. So if you figured out how to import your WAV files, yeah, you just have to make sure the folder gets in here. Once it's in here, then and it's just like any other folder that we've got here. Just pick the sound you want. No, we don't have an additional page of WAV files. No, Marty. So no, we don't. So if that's really your question, then no. I mean, I guess they figure that with these three folders and all of the different sounds that we've got in here, we've got a ton of sounds, different sound alerts in here that I guess for the majority of our customers that's sufficient. But okay, well, yeah, I understand. You want to make your own. So Guess is on the way back, guys. Guess is on the way back. Let's see if it can take out 24. This NVIDIA, I mean, I'm not looking at NVIDIA, I'm looking at NVDL, and I know it just keeps defending that 100 level. So I'm gonna let me just pull up NVIDIA itself. Yeah, so that 100 level looks like about the 480 level for the stock itself. All right, guys, it is now 10:39. Before I do that, let me see how much I've missed on the EHAB. Wow. Now EHAB, well, I mean, to me, it could stall at 1329. There is the 200-day moving average. If it breaks 1329, the next high on the daily chart is 1423. So what I'm going to do is just stick a price alert. And say 1335. I want to see it break that 200-day moving average in a big way, in a decent way. And if it does that, then the next high is way up here at 1423, about $1 away. Yeah, I guess is that a new high of the day? You're right. Still have this feeling that, well, let's take a look at it. That high over here, this high right there on the weekly chart, which is 2414. I mean, that's my gut feel. That's why I shorted it earlier. I thought maybe the 24 would block it. Well, I don't know this one at all, but it's an all-time high. Okay. FIHL is an all-time high. I don't know this one at all. Where are they out of? This, yeah, another tax haven, Bermuda. FIHL. This is, I want to see if this is shortable for me. FIHL. This is, but I'm not saying I want to short it. 383,000 shares. So it is shortable. So if it gets so parabolic, wow, AMC, another, again, not mini me, not fixated on it, but I'm getting an alert on it. Okay. So I click on it. Uh, just teasing a bit. Remember now, this is like $1.38 now. This is a 1 for 10 reverse split effective today. So this is like seeing the stock at $1.38. Super active day, guys. Mara continues to move down here. MARA. Watching Bitcoin falling. All right. Again, it is now what 10:43, so I'm going to go over my homepage. And by the way, again, thank you for all. There were some others that came in yesterday, and I'll explain what I'm talking about in a second here. All right, clicking on my homepage link. That's what I put in the. This is what you're going to see. So again, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. It'll get you 15% off the first month only, or no, I was going to say the entire year. If you want an annual subscription, I can get you a better code for 25% off. You just have to let me know. Just put a note in the, or just put a post in the room and I'll private message you. Okay. Because that 15% discount is good for the first month only. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, first startup and login, down to introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, we've got a free course for you, Trading 101. There are a lot of videos. You don't have to look at every single video, but it starts off as basic as you can get, starting off with what is a stock? Okay. So this is a free, call it a course, a series of videos about different aspects of trading. And the last two videos, I believe, the concept of having to have some kind of a trading plan before you trade. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. That is free. The trade of the week is free. Also, you can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. I do not believe that this week's trade of the week triggered. When you get the email, you'll see there's a suggested entry. I don't believe it triggered this week, and neither did the one last week. So it's not like it's a bad trade of the week. It just, it just didn't trigger. Education section is here. We have a great user guide. So there's that getting started again. So if you want more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window is, you want more details about stock racing, price alerts. I really suggest you take a look at price alerts. I mean, I use them all the time. So simple to do. And if you're not using price alerts, I just think you're not using any trading program to its fullest. And the sound alerts, what I talked about earlier, getting started series right here again, hammering the point home. This is a software program. There is a learning curve, but that's why we try to put together a very short video, well, series of videos, 10 of them to get you started. Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. Should be Steve Gomez, and I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do take my break. And last, well, not quite last, if you click on my link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. Okay, here are my scans that I'm sharing. So pre-market actives up and down, pretty self-explanatory. This is what I use in the pre-market to find the ones moving up and down, kind of getting a bit of a sense for what might happen to those stocks, or to maybe follow some of those stocks once the market opens, like GES, GES. We obviously we saw GES in the pre-market, but other stocks too. Pulse resumes is over here. This is the abnormal option activity right there. Now, this is the Momo that you see. Okay, I had another form of the momentum scan, and decided to replace it with this. This is what I had before. You could still available to you if you want it, but this is a pure Momo scan, only showing the ones moving up. If you wanted to see the ones moving down in momentum, you just have to. I can show you how to do that if you're interested later. And again, the 10-day daily breakdown and breakouts. Here they are. You can see, there's where the Spirit happened, SPR happened early. There's where Guess happened even early. ELIQ, not super early, but still 293, got up to three something. So those are those ones that are right here. Daily reversals that I still do have up and running, but I have a lot of scans here that you can take a look at. So here's the deal, guys. You want to help out the room and keep it free and keep it going the way it is. All I ask is that if you decide to take out a subscription, just use my link. Save my homepage, okay? And in the future, could be sometime today, tomorrow, a week, a year from now, if you click on my homepage link and go use my promo code, that will just help the room and keep it free. Okay? That's all I ask. The other thing that I don't know when this is going to happen. They keep promising that it's going to happen, and I thank profusely all the people who have written in and asked, hey, how come how come the link to get into the trading room is not as prominent as it was before? Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is our newly designed homepage. I love it. Okay, I really do like it, except for one aspect. Okay, oops. Yeah, so this is our newly designed homepage. A lot of information on it, and this market scope, etc. I'm not going to go into it in too much detail. All I'm really trying to direct you. Before we used to have the trading room right front and center. Now, in order to find the trading room, you've got to go down here. Okay. So I've been asking people to just send in an email saying, hey, how come you've buried the trading room down here? Hard to find. What I'm more concerned about, obviously, the people that are in the trading room right now, obviously they found it, but I'm more concerned about new people being able to find it. Okay. So all the emails that have been sent in have really helped. Ultimately, they tell me they'll add it, but I think the more pressure we put on them, they'll do it. So I do appreciate all the emails that an email sent to support. Okay, support at trade-ideas.com. And some of you have actually written some very kind words about the trading room itself, so greatly appreciated. Yep, you can still use my link, Marty. Yep, I'll have a promo code. I'll have when there's a sale and a new promo code. It'll be there. Okay, I just switch it out, so the Barry 15 will be switched out for the better promo code. Okay, yeah, I did see some of the. I saw some of the emails, Krogan, and unfortunately, I don't know who, unless you signed off as Krogan, but you probably didn't. I wouldn't have seen them, but again, I do appreciate all the kind words that some of you expressed about the trading room in general. Yeah, Ron, you can only. It's like having two versions of Trade Ideas open. You're absolutely right. So you cannot be. The question is, can I be connected to MarketScope and say the download at the same time? No, listen, the market scope is great for people. I would call them more casual traders. Okay. I mean, if you're an active trader, this is where you want to be. Okay. You want to have the downloadable application. You want to have all, the types of scans that perhaps I'm presenting or the ones that you want to create on your own. The market scope is great. I would call for the more casual trader. Hmm. Okay. So NVDL, I'm noticing now did take out 100. So yeah, NVIDIA must be moving down. Well, okay. We'll Labor Day is coming up, and I know we'll have a Labor Day holiday or holiday promo code. The most it could be 25%. The most we ever run is 30%. Okay, so I can't tell you if that's going to be 30% Labor Day. After that, of course, we have your American Thanksgiving in November, but Labor Day there will be some kind of a promo code. And usually, well, it's very close actually, 24th of August right now. I'm anticipating I could have a code fairly soon for Labor Day. We'll see what it is. Move the abnormal option activity. I have no idea what you mean. Oh, frozen. Oh, frozen. I see. I see. Yeah, I was scrolling down. Thank you. So there's CLS guys as an example. Thank you, Vicky. Well, Krogan, I mean, I think that our premium service, I mean, obviously on a day like today had some really nice trades. I mean, our alerts. Yes, Blaze right now. Well, AMC, I don't think that most people could short AMC, but that's okay. Maybe if you have excuse me, Centerpoint or Cobra, one of those brokerages that specialize in shorting. But certainly Guess and Blaze, a couple of really good ones, today. This is what our AI looks like. I I always phrase it like this. I use it like a watch list. Yesterday, if you recall yesterday, there were a couple of long opportunities or long suggestions that actually turned out to be wait a minute. No, short suggestions that turned out to be tremendous short or longs. But I think that our standard service, I don't know, our standard service is awesome. So, I mean, what I would be doing is I would be signing up for our standard service, and then you know what? You can always upgrade if you wanted to the premium service. To start off with, there's no. Again, it looks like Guess is going to struggle to get through that 24, guys. What? Okay, the only thing I mean, I don't usually mention this about our premium service. I mean, the main reason people take our premium service is in order to have access to the AI. Okay. Now, if you're into back testing, if you have a strategy, a potential strategy that you like to see how good is it? So you can back test it up to 90 days to see what would happen if you took every single occurrence that your strategy alerted to a stock. What would happen? And you go, "Ow." So I would say that, very. So is that what you want? You actually want a back test? Because other than that, there's really not a huge difference between premium and standard. If you want to back test your own strategies, which again, very, very, very few of our customers do. Okay, well, if that's the case, you're right. Then you need premium. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Okay, now okay, as I said yesterday, this is could be interesting to me if it gets over 299, guys. This got halted for the first time, I think, at 299. I'm talking about METX. What's the float? Okay. And what I said yesterday, and the one that I did yesterday, it broke above the halt price. It resumed underneath the halt price, and then it broke above yet the one I'm talking about yesterday, and I took it. I'm just going to wait to see if this breaks above 3. Now, the only issue is that this came down, so that might negate the whole thing. Yeah, this was higher. So the ones that I liked on a halt in a halt resume situation is a stock that's really moving. I don't want to see it that because this got halted obviously on the way down. Meanwhile, the market has been down for almost an hour now. This candle will close in about 20 seconds. So this market's been down for an hour. So now we're not crashing or anything, but the Dow is down, Nas is down, SPY is down. Well, I see that Opera is down again, OPR, but you know what? I just don't like the way it trades. When this one was a few weeks ago, when it was really doing well, I tried to trade it a few times, and it's very volatile. All right, where could ORN go, guys? ORN. So what was the first alert? Probably at 4:14, so it hasn't moved that much from that first alert. Not a lot of volume, 198,000 shares. It is 15 times normal, but that's not a lot of shares. Red is it's okay, a nickel, but the max I do for a $4 stock. But more importantly, where's the next high looking left on the weekly chart? Well, again, I just think it might be too close. I mean, I see a couple of weekly highs, 20 cents away. So I just sort of think I just don't want to take it. Okay, guys. Well, things have definitely settled down now. I'm not getting any no new ones from the momentum scan. Yeah, quite the sell-off. Now, straight hour down, and now the next candle is also red. Hey guys, again, if you want to short NVIDIA, you can buy this NVDS. Again, I'm not suggesting you do that, but that is a way. This is a specially designed ETF just for NVIDIA. Is RH on the table? I can't find RH. You don't know what you mean, Marty. If you're talking about, you mean seeing it here? It's way outside the price range that I've got. Remember, all scans you can create. Well, let me just briefly go over this. So this is a momentum scan. Okay, call it momentum. So if I right click configure, this is what it's looking for. So the price is between 1 and 100. Current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Here's the volume, minimum volume, 100,000 shares. This is what gives us the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. So there are a lot of screeners out there. When I say that, there are a lot of programs that act as screeners, but I mean, this is the screening aspect of trade ideas, but we are a real-time alert machine. Okay. We have a lot of different real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, this is what I'm looking for, a new high of the day, assuming all of these filter values are met. Okay. Oh, the A table. I may have a link for it. If not, I'll get Steve to get it to you. Steve will actually be in the room in about, if you can hang on, about an hour. Okay, but I may have the A table, but I'm not sure. Just want to keep going through this. So again, with all the scans that I've got, if you like this exactly the way it is, great. But I recognize that some people might want a different price range. I mean, remember, this is how I like to see things. Doesn't mean that's how you have to see things. So, for instance, easy thing to do, you want to change the price, maybe to 10 and 100, or I don't know, 50 to 1,000. It's up to you. Easy enough to do. You just go into the price column, make the change. By the way, guys, why I have this EPS here, EPS, earnings per share, of at least 0.001 or minus 0.001. This is a bit of a hack. By putting this, adding this filter to your scans, that'll prevent you from seeing ETFs and things like that. Okay, you'll only see stocks. That's why I put this is just a hack. Now, if you want to create your scans from scratch, of course you can. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. So here are all the all the real-time alerts that we have. Okay, now don't get hung up on how many we have. I'm not gonna go I, right at the top. The most common ones are the new high of the day, new low of the day, but we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if you want to find out more about them, I think if you let's see if you click on it and then help. So you can find out, if you see one, they say, I wonder what that means. You can just click on the help and it'll tell you. But understand, you don't have to learn what they all mean. And if I go down here, keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we have. Again, you don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have a lot of them is when the company started 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to create their own scans in order to, or sorry, learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they try to, create enough different alerts and filters so the absolute majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many, you don't have to learn them all. I use just a handful of them and that's it. Now let me see if I got that A table. I may have it. See if I saved it under something. It doesn't look like I've got it. So yeah, so what David is saying, now just be aware. Now, if you click on new and then channel bar, let's see if it is on it, if it is here somewhere. What's it under? Under the vault? Here, Traders Vault. Now, why I can't click on this, guys, is because my layout will disappear. Okay. The whole idea, I honestly don't know why we still have this. The idea of the dock channel bar is if I click on swing picks, for instance, okay, you'll notice that my layout is still visible underneath. Clicking on something from the old channel bar, your layout will disappear. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. All right. So I would caution you. But what I would do is if you can hang around, Marty, for another 50 minutes, you can ask Steve Ford. He'll be in the YouTube room in about 50 minutes. Okay. Wow. Well, guys, there's AM. We don't see AMC, but again, I keep getting an alert on AMC. I just can't short it. At some point, it might bounce. I mean, so I'll be actually maybe looking for a bounce at some point. So this is what, you know what? I don't, okay. Maybe somebody can explain this to me. Maybe William or somebody who dives into this stuff a lot better than I can. So the reverse split today is effect, obviously for AMC, a 1 for 10 reverse split. But the ape conversion happens tomorrow. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. And if that means there's going to be even more dilution starting tomorrow. Yeah, so huge dilution tomorrow. So this is, oh man, wow. I mean, this could be, I mean, I don't know where this is going then. Okay, guys, let's see, what time is it now? 11:14. So yeah, in about 45 minutes, people will be in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Deborah, so Is it Brent? Brent has a. I know Pepe has them. I have not saved them. Granite. If you somebody's got the links for the other ones. I know Tesla. I don't know about Palo Alto. I know that Tesla for sure is Tesla is TSLL to go long and TSLS to go short. Okay, very good. So there's a list of them. I don't know if Palo Alto is one of them. So again, if you wanted to short Tesla, you could buy TSLS. And if you wanted to go long Tesla, you could buy TSLL. I don't think it has as many shares, but I may be wrong. I don't think it's as I may be wrong. TSLQ. Let me take a look at it. When I say shares, I don't know if it's as active. Maybe. There's a 1.4 million, so you might be right. Maybe that's better. I don't know. TSL, but it's I didn't change. Yeah, so I guess actually TSLQ. I mean, it's still pretty liquid, 750. But you're right. The other one is a little more liquid, perhaps. Well, yeah. If you Deborah, you see what Pepe posted here? Granite shares and Direxia. Okay, that will have a list of them. Well, that's a great reversal for Mara, guys. This is from the reversal scanner. I mean, not okay. It's is it a rocket ship like some of the other things we've seen today? No, but pretty steady. 1084. This is a reversal scan. Okay, a reversal scan. Anything in yellow means a suggestion to short. Anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. The problem with anything here, well, obviously this one worked, ELIQ. When the market is moving against you like this, pretty tough to play a bounce, some kind of reversal to the upside. I wouldn't think they would work as well as something that is obviously was up yesterday and reversing today with the market. Now, having said that, let's take a look at WetG. We Trade Group out of China. Another very, very, very low float. I'm going to check that float somebody else. That's about right, guys. I mean, the other website has 450,000, but that's close enough in the ballpark. There's WetG on the move here, guys. Looks like the next high Trying to eyeball this 1039. Look at Wet G Go, guys. WETG. Now, remember the H kit at the beginning of the day? Oh, boy, these are. I don't think this is shortable. Yeah, thank goodness. Not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers. I mean, look how the nonsense of it all, really. 39, 39.88, 29.29 now. And in the pre-market, it got up to 50. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at ELIQ. Is it no, it's breaking down badly now, guys, through the VWAP. So it's breaking down badly. All right, next on the hit parade, MHLD, Maiden Holdings, another tax haven company out of Bermuda. Okay, guys, this one might have a bit of a late day thrust here. BLZE, it's hanging around the 515 mark over the 200-day moving average. It does have some room to, 547. So there's, not a tremendous amount of room, but enough on a percentage basis if it got close to it. 14 million in the float, and it's just kind of hanging around. And the price target has been raised. Let's see, 1250 from 11 by Raymond James. Okay, so that probably is the reason for the bit of the pop this morning. See if anybody else is doing the same thing. Looks like Raymond James is the one who is Was there a new version just released? I guess so, yeah, on our website. If you click on, normally if you click what if you I don't know if it happens immediately anymore, but if you click on account, it should say if there's a new version available, or maybe it happens when you load the version that you're currently on. Does it not prompt you? Okay, so there you go. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I guess there is a new version. Don't ask me what the differences are. I don't really know. I mean, there's not going to be like like major differences, but now Beam. Why do I have Beam? I did this yesterday, or ooh, this is an all-time low. That's why. So Beam had earnings on the 14th. Now, so this is an all-time low now for BEEM. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Um, well, the funny thing about AMC is that Wedbush, who has been, I almost think they were trolling them, putting like a 10-cent price on them, um, way back when, or a 5-cent price. They've actually put a $20 price on them now, believe it or not. Now, this one was 18. I don't know what they're thinking now, but 19, sorry, if you can believe it. All right, guys, 11:30. So Steve will be in the YouTube room in about half an hour. Yeah, just think the Marvel, it's, based on the price. I mean, I don't, the next low is 57.80. It's too close for me. Yeah, I mean, the NVDL is still hanging around that 100 mark, so okay, Orange just made another new high, guys. ORN made another new high. Again, why I didn't like it? Looking left on the weekly chart, see that 439, fairly close. Opera, why didn't you do that for me earlier? No, Opera's at a new low now for the day. OPR A. Oh my gosh, I did not realize this. Well, what time is this? Oh, I see. This was the Aurora. This is what they bought. Oh my goodness. Well, as far as the float is concerned for VFS, I mean, we have a short float, we have the float, but that does not reflect how many shares are outstanding, of course. I couldn't tell you if the owners have 2.2 billion shares. It's possible. The reason I say it's possible is because I've been reading that with the market cap, whoops, with the market cap of this, even though it's pulled back from 57, but even in this price range, I think I read that the market cap is more than GM and F and Ford combined, something like that. So it would make sense then that there are like 2.2 billion shares out there on the in the float, only 16 million. But yeah, shares outstanding. It's very possible. Do we have PPO scanners? No, you didn't mean IPO scanners, did you, Tank? You meant PPO? I am familiar with the term, but no, we don't. If you meant PPO. I don't know what PPO would be close to, and the types of scanners that we have, but we don't have. Ooh, look at the SPY. Another brief moment of hope, that it would stop moving down, but nope. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what would be close to a PPO scanner that we would have. We don't have that though. Give me a moment, guys. I have to answer a question here in our Slack. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, retail, probably not shortable for me. Oh, there are shorts available. RETO. Issue is, again, looking left on the daily chart, I just see all the little areas where it could stall. Now, there looks like the area that it could get to, if we ignore all the little lows looking left, the big area would be 169. Okay, looking at the daily chart. Okay, maybe what David is saying, Tank. I have no experience with the PPO. I've never used it. We don't have it, so I'm not a big indicator guy. So, but is what David is saying maybe could be the ATR, maybe. My simulated trading is not working. My strategy is firing alerts, but not showing up anywhere. Okay, so what are you trying to do? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to automate in the simulator a strategy? So you've got a strategy, and then you're trying to what, auto trade it or something? Okay, is this the first time it hasn't worked, or is this the first time you're attempting to do it? Guess, guys, is looks like it is getting closer to the VWAP. You know what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't ask two questions at the same time. Is this the first time you were trying to do it, Bob? And if you say yes, then at least I know it's the first time. You will not do it simulated. Okay, so I don't use, so you're trying to auto trade a strategy. Okay, well, because I don't auto trade at all, so I'm going to be at a bit of a. Okay, well, all I can do is I can turn one on. Oops, this is turning on the buy button. Oops, I turned it off. So that was my next question. I mean, when you with your strategy, edit the trading strategy, okay, that you have turned on, edit the trading strategy and go to accounts, okay? That should pop up. So again, edit the trading strategy that you want to auto trade, edit the trading strategy and make sure where it says accounts, you have to pick then there's a box will pop up and then you have to pick simulated trading default, okay? And then save it. So you have to assign the strategy that you're trying to in the simulator, auto trade, you have to assign it to the simulator in the accounts, that little accounts box. Look at guess guys now through 23. So did you do that, Bob? Did you do that? Does not respond to accounts. So when you click edit trading strategy, do you not get this box that pops up? Ah, now make sure you click sim also, right? Make sure you click the sim underneath Brokers Plus. I mean, maybe you've already done that. And then right click, edit the trading strategy, and you should get this box to pop up, and you should see it right down there, accounts, and you should be able to click on it and then pick the account you want. If that's not working, I don't know how I can help you. You might have to go to our true tech support. All right. Well, let me take Groupon. Let's see if it works for me. Groupon. Okay. I'm going to short Groupon. 400 shares. I'm going to click the sell button. I'm going to send it and see if, yeah, I can't duplicate your problem then because I'm able to manually enter a trade. I cannot duplicate your problem. It's really hard for me to help. Well, if MACD, so here's what we have for MACD. Okay. Again, I no experience with either, but if I type in MACD, maybe this is as Paul is saying, maybe it's close. So we have because you did mention something about the zero line. So the MACD crossed above the signal, above the zero, below the zero on these different time frames. So I don't know if that's going to be a close approximation to PPO. But Krogan, what is happening actually? Is the symbol showing up in the box when you click on an alert? Is the symbol showing up? Okay, now the next thing is remember, which I did yesterday. You might have a depends on your boy, I haven't looked at this for so long. Your limit offset. Okay, because if you have a limit offset of, well, remember, you may get an alert, okay, but if it's a fast moving stock, say you got an alert for Orn at 425, but this is a fast moving stock, even though you're trying to auto trade it, the it might be at 430 already. So if your limit offset does not take into that account, okay, right there, your limit offset, how far outside are you willing to take the trade? So you might get an alert at 425. Would you be willing to go to 430? In other words, 5 cents outside the market, outside where you got the alert. So that could be it also. So you could get an alert, but it doesn't execute it because it's a fast moving stock. Well, I can't suggest. I mean, you'll have to play around with it. It depends on the price of stock you're looking at. Unfortunately, you can't. But try minus 5 cents, just to see, just to see, minus 5 cents. I mean, if you're talking about some pretty fast moving stocks, there's a possibility you'll just never you won't get a fill depending on what you've got. Put minus, okay, minus. So minus 0.05, say for minus 0.05, that'll allow you to take a trade. Say that one triggered at 425 in your strategy. It'll allow you to take that trade right up to 430. But imagine if you were trying to trade, VFS with a 5 cent limit offset, you'll never get the trade. Something that trades insanely, plus with probably a bad spread, a tough spread. You'll never get a fill on something like that unless you had like a huge offset, and that I would not advise. As an example, I'm just using this would be an extreme example of probably not being able to get if you were auto trading, not being able to get a fill. But you can try a nickel, you can try a dime. All depends, there's no right or wrong. I think I might have told you guys that the house next door got demolished and now they're starting to build it. And unfortunately, when they're hammering, it sounds like our pets are throwing up. And so I had to go whipping downstairs to make sure it wasn't my our cat or our dog throwing up. Okay, good, Grogan. I'm glad your simulator issue is fixed. And more than likely, Bob, that's the reason though, your limit offset. Now, have you been auto trading live also with your strategy? Well, I don't think you were ever allowed to do that, Spanky. Have both the app and MarketScope a web page running at the same time because it's like a different version. It's like you can't have the web-based version of Trade Ideas and the app running at the same time. Oh, really? Really? And you were for sure logged in live because I couldn't. I don't know if you guys remember a couple of days ago, I had a red ball and I couldn't figure out why. And it's because I was showing people the market scope and I was connected live to it. And then I'm going back and then I'm looking here and thinking, why is that ball red? Well, the other thing, Bob, regarding E-Trade, depends if you're trying to trade early, don't with E-Trade, especially trying to auto trade, you'll probably never get a fill. And that's a no, that's nothing to do with us. I mean, that's E-Trade. We've had complaints about that from day one. Even in the first 10 minutes, Krogan, even in the first 10 minutes, you get, well, actually, and William in our room is saying first 15. Man, oh man, guys, I'm missing out on the Marvel. Well, I'm taking my break pretty soon, so I'm not going to cry about it. Mara has worked well for me. It's the only one I took from the don't repeat. Sorry, the daily reversal. Remember I was saying how Bitcoin was moving down, Mara was moving down underneath the whole number, all the things I like. It's not been a rocket ship, but am I missing out on better? What a disaster. Okay, Krogan. Well, maybe E-Trade has changed because I mean we had all sorts of complaints, and William is still saying the same thing in the main room regarding E-Trade and trying to fill orders in the first 15. But hey, listen, your experience is good, great. Nanobiotics. Okay, so this is showing up on the reversal scanner, guys. Up big yesterday, down today. But what's the volume? Yeah, the volume is not great. Okay, guys, Steve will be in our room pretty soon in the YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in the main room, and so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. He's not there quite yet, but he'll be there really soon. I'm going to put my announcement in. Not quite on my break yet, but give me a moment. So this is another one of those turnaround plays, guys. TIRX, another China stock, low float, 2.5 million in the float. And now through the 200-day. Now, could this now look? A few weeks ago, this got up to almost $8. Could this? Looks like 270 is the next high. Well, if it can break through 270 somehow, then the next high is way up here at 778. Not saying it's going to. I'm not saying it's going to break through 270. The next high looking left looks like around 240. Now remember how wrong I was about the other one that just ripped the ELIQ. I was thinking that ELIQ would be stalled several times along the way, but just didn't happen. Don't know if there's any news on this one. Again, this is showing up on my daily reversal scan right there. There was the price, $2. So the ones that could work, even though the market is doing this, are these really cheap, low float ones that don't really give a rip about what the market's doing. Okay. These are the ones that can work. I would never try to play a bounce right now, though, of say a more established type stock. Not when the market's doing this. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room and just wait for Steve to show up, okay? And YouTubers, I'm still live for you guys. Wow, look at Opera now. Why didn't it do that earlier? Steve!
Barry. Turn my volume down. Good thing I have my headset off.
Just give me a moment.
Just give me a moment. Present.
Okay.
All right.
So, how's it going?
Busy. I haven't done hardly any trading at all. I made one position trade, which is working, which is basically shorting the market. I just shorted the open, took the NVIDIA pop, and shorted SPXS, the inverse spies, because it's so busy today in support. I just can't focus on anything. So
yeah,
that's the swing trader in me. I can just put on a position and just kind of keep one eye on it and focus on something else.
yeah. I mean, and you're only doing a couple of them, right? You're not doing a bunch of. You're not like you have 10 swing trades going at the same time.
No, not right now. No, I'm just I don't see anything I like long. Everything I've tried to go long doesn't last longer than what I want it to. They break down on me way too quick, and I just wind up flatting and paper cutting a lot lately. So I also, I was playing the SQQQs last week. I think I might have talked about that when I was doing my session, but I got out of those 2 days ago, and I thought, I'm gonna wait for NVIDIA's earnings and just kind of let the market pop up into what I call the armpit. And I'll put it on my screen here. The armpit of the SPY in the daily chart, right? The moving averages, we break down and then we pop right back up into the underside of those moving averages. It's almost like a smelly armpit up there. And so I use that.
Please, the language.
Yes, a smelly armpit. There's nothing wrong with that.
I know, I'm kidding.
I can be much worse.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see that smelly armpit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
that's hilarious.
It's nasty, and so that's where you take an entry on the short side. Let the market bounce 4 or 5 days right up in there, and then just take a shot. And since the open, I've been in the money, so I'm happy for now. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, so listen, there was a guy, I don't know if he's still in the room, or a person, I don't know if he's still in the room, looking for your A table, okay?
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that for sure.
I told him to stick around, that you'd be there in about an hour. I think he asked around 11 o'clock Eastern time, so
let's see if
you might get a question about where is your A table?
Oops, let me go back. I can scroll back and maybe see who that was. Anyway, I'll find it, but you're gonna do your vacuuming.
Do my thing? Yes.
All right, go do your thing and take a break.
5-2?
That'd be great. Yeah, I got meetings. We got lots to talk about.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Will do.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Just looking back here in the live chat. Somebody was asking about a scan that I had. Maybe I can give them a shout out. Maybe it was David. Wow, you guys have been busy in here. I'm still scrolling just to see if I could find that question. Dun, dun, dun. I must have scrolled over it. Too many comments. Okay, if I just scroll back down. Hello, Marty. Sure. Let me first, let me talk about the history of why it's called the A table. And I want, if you're going to use a scan, you got to make sense of why is what it is. So I created this back in the bull market, the COVID bull market. And my philosophy was show me stocks that are very strong, but also have a giant short float. And I think my original setting was 15% short float. I'm not going to change it. And almost, I think, 90% stock composite rating. Let's just do that just for fun. Let's see if there's anything in here. I'll change it back. But what I'm doing is I'm putting in the stock composite rating of 90. And that is like an A in college on the bell curve, right? Hey, I got a 92. I got an A. So anything with a minimum score of 90 and above, but also holding a big short component, I wanted to see that. I wanted to see what stocks during the bull market were missing something in terms of the short sellers and which ones were ripe for a possible short squeeze. Let's just click OK and see if we get anything. There's only 2 stocks right now that would have satisfied the old name. I'm calling it the old name. I just haven't changed it. The A table. All the A table students sitting at the A table, right? There you go. There's the history behind it. So there's only 2 stocks, CELH. Let's look at the daily. Not a bad daily, right? Look at that 10 SMA holding the price up. What I would do is I'm going to come in here and just pop a price alert. And I'm going to remind myself that we have 25% short the float. So the notes will tell me, why did I set this alert? Well, short float, 25%, strong stock. What's the score? 98 score. This thing is a perfect candidate for the original concept of this top list. So I call it like the 1-2 punch, right? We go through and we find some candidates and we wait for a trigger price. And if this trigger breaks, could be an opportunity to participate in a possible short squeeze. All right, CORT, let's look at the second one. Again, we've got a 92 score, a student with 17% short. So Leanne, 98% score just basically means 100 would be all-time highs. The score composite consists of about 10 technical data points, like is it above the 10? Is it above the 20, 50, SMA, 200, and all that? Is it in the higher end of its 10-day range? Is it, and then there's some fundamentals, right? Is it a positive earnings growth? Little things here and there. If you're familiar with the Investors Business Daily, we kind of copied what they were doing, how they would give them their own proprietary score. So it's a way of saying, just show me a strong stock, for God's sakes, without me having to program 15 different filters. So it's a nice, simple, all-encompassing, is the chart strong or is the chart weak? So I'm going to revert back to where I have it today. I just wanted to give Marty the concept of why it was originally called the A table. Now I'm going back to the D students because we don't have a great market right now. And I'm going to go for a minimum 20% short float. And basically, I'm kind of ignoring the stock composite rating. So a new name for this really should just be short squeeze potential. So we'll change the name. And now, as you can see, I've got it color-coded and sorted by short float. Novavax, 46% short. Well, this is a pharmaceutical, and one of my rules is to try and stay away from pharmaceuticals because they're nasty. But every now and then you'll see something like this. So yeah, 46% short Novavax. They probably know something. I'd stay away from that. Okay, so Groupon. This was a trade of the week about a month ago. And it was a trade of the week because it was derived from this scan. See that green line back there? That was kind of the original area of interest way back here. So this thing, matter of fact, did take off. It needed earnings, as you can see that laser dew thing right there, direct energy weapon popping down. That's our earnings date. And you can see the earnings date acted as the catalyst, kind of a quick shakeout, and then boom, it was off to the races. The shorts began to cover in droves because, whoops, we don't want that thick, because the short interest was even higher. It's coming down. It's 33% now, but it was in the 40s earlier, I think. UPST. So I'll go ahead and share this with you, and you can go through here one by one. Groupon on its own would have been a great buy. I was looking at Groupon right there, and I just wasn't in the mood to buy anything, but I thought, boy, look at how this thing is just worked off that beautiful short squeeze. 1, 2, 3, 4 days of selling, comes back and just kisses the 10 SMA 2 days in a row, and boom, it's off again. Perfect trade. Didn't take it. Okay, with that said, that's a good background. We changed the name. We're now just using this as a short squeeze candidate. And what I'm trying to say is you just want to go through that list and find out areas that are interesting for a settler, like I did earlier in that other one with a 98 score. So there's the cloud for Marty and Leanne and anybody else that wants to use this scan. It's not telling you to jump in and buy anything. It's just showing you, hey, these are the candidates for possible short squeeze. Dawn, one day, again, biopharma, but I'll put my illustrator here on, and you start to see some consolidation above moving averages. That could be a recipe for a short squeeze. So that's maybe where you want to come in and just pop in a price alert on some of these things. Right click, price alert, put some notes in there, short flow at 30%, what have you. And that's the value of this tool. Okay, earnings, definitely. Yeah, Guess. Look at Guess, boy. Considering how bad some of these other ones, Under Armour and Urban Outfield, that's probably a good play down there. Just the stupid Under Armour. Didn't break out. It was a trade of the week. Never triggered, thank God. So it's not on the hook. But look, all the way down to the low end of this range. This is probably a good range play. I could just pop an alert in there, just cruising through here, and I see something and pull it up, and I say, wow, that could be a good range play. So I'm always setting price alerts, letting them go off, and deciding in the moment if I want to participate. Well, I don't know if you heard, Tank. My only position right now is a swing trade short. So I'm starting you off with my philosophy on shorting. And I mentioned to Barry, and we had a good laugh, that I call this shorting in the armpit right there. You see these moving averages rolling over. The price broke down below the moving average, and then it's a normal bounce, a low volume bounce, right back up into the waiting armpit. So what I'm getting at here is this is not a candle to be shorting on any chart, on a daily chart. It's extended to the downside. When shorting, I want to wait for my pitch. And what happened was last night, NVIDIA just blew earnings and gapped the entire market up this morning. And I thought, we're opening right here in the armpit. I'm going to take a position short. So I bought SPXS as a triple vehicle. Anyway, yeah, it's a triple. Bought it down here at 14.15 on the open, added to it at around 14.25, and I'm in the money. I'm going to wait and see what happens. So your question is, do I have well, I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, UAA was definitely not happy. But the armpit concept really is what I'm talking about in shorting. And your first question was, do you have a favorite short scan? So let me pull up something that might be interesting. I'm going to use my keyword 130, slam into the 130. Let's see if this is it. And this would be a short. That would be it, but there's nothing in there today. Try something different. I'm going to try another keyword, 50, for the 50-day moving average, because I'm trying to find a scan that, you know, I've created in the past that kind of looks to fade something up in pull back to the 50. We could reverse that by the 50, slam into the 50-day. This might be it here. Yes. Okay. So let's just look, configure, make sure we're looking at the right page. New high. That's what I want. A couple things going on in here. It looks like I've optimized this. I can say that I've optimized this because of these 99 values, which means I've back tested it and I've gone through some additional filters, which kind of improved the score. But here's the concept. Change in the 50-day SMA. This is the operative filter. You see how I've got a minimum 0.1% below the 50-day SMA percent and a maximum 0.1% above. So that's 0.2% envelope or filter straddling the 50-day moving average. Now I've got some other filters in here, position and range, position, things like that. But we're looking for a new high. So the new high takes us into, let's start looking here. We'll look at today's history. Starts taking us into stocks at the 50-day. So this is what I want you guys to do, or especially Tank. I want you to look at how relative this blue line is and how the price on these scans are probably bouncing right up into this blue line. And these are the ones, and these are the types of setups I like to short. I'll answer your next question in a minute. Perfect. Look at this. That's an armpit. Bounced right up. You want to just set a price alert here at 12.20 and see if this thing breaks, starts to roll back over. There's your short. And it's a better entry than using this candle down here for your shorts. Feeling like, hey, it's been 4 days of selling, I'm going to jump into the short side. You're just asking for a bounce. The market loves to bounce the short sellers out. So that's why you wait 4 or 5 days for it to reset up here on a daily. So this scan I'm looking at, and I'll share it with you, is looking for things bouncing and slamming up into the 50-day moving average. Let's look at the next one, LPG. Look at the lid on this thing. It cannot get above 26. So you would come in here and maybe say, well, you know, if it breaks this level down here, maybe I want to go short. So these can be the genesis of ideas for short selling, Tank. There's a third one. Look at that. Boom, right on the open, right in, slammed into the 50, just like the name, and then it dies. So I'm going to give you this and anybody else that wants this. This is a short sell and a way to kind of keep you safe. In other words, you're not chasing short sells to the downside that are oversold. Short selling scan. Keying off the 50-day. Okay, your next question. Do I have a fundamental reason for my shorting? Yeah, I don't like what's going on with the banks, but here's the thing, Tank. I always put technicals ahead of fundamentals. Now, I definitely have the reasons, but I've got a saying that I've incorporated, and it's called, does the chart confirm the story? Well, let me take you back last week when I was short the NASDAQ. I was using SQQs. I was short the NASDAQ, and I'll walk you through it. I got short up here in this armpit, right there. I was enjoying these days of movement, and I didn't cover any until this green day right here. It bounced right back up, and I was able to take a very small profit. But I was looking at this and saying, you know what? I missed my window. I went for the jugular. I thought we were going to puke. But technically, we're going to bounce. So I cleared the decks, sat in all cash yesterday. And then today, I watched the earnings last night of NVIDIA, and I thought, boy, they're really gapping these technicals. I'm sorry, the tech stocks up, NASDAQ up big. Qs opened up, never saw really an uptick, just an immediate sell. And this is kind of what I anticipated. So a lot of times I was anticipating getting ready to re-enter. Now I did not re-enter the Qs this time. I re-entered the SPY. And maybe I can tell you that there is in the back of my mind, Tank, a bit of a fundamental flaw in our financial and banking system right now. And that is going to show up more so in the SPY. The financials, that is, whereas, you know, NVIDIA and the tech, they've just really been strong. It's been hard to go against them. So I am net short, probably, you know, I would say maybe 70% of what I'm comfortable being. I might add to it before the close today. But what I'm looking for is basically this uptick. It's kind of like a roller coaster ratchet, and then I'm looking for something like that. And if I get it, then I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to look left. I'm going to go, wow, down here, look at that. There's a gap to fill. I'm just going to go ahead and highlight that right now. There is a gap to fill there, and there's also some support here. So I'm already kind of getting ahead of myself in the chess game and saying, if we do get down to those levels, I might be wise to pay myself and take some profits, because I didn't do that last time. So that's my philosophy. Tank, I put the technicals before the fundamentals. So, I mean, even though I sat in cash yesterday, I'm still kind of very much negative on the market, but I waited for the technicals to come back in and the jump rope, the pitch that I was waiting for. So you short after it bounces back up to the 50 SMA. That is correct, Leanne. All of those stocks on that scan. If the market, now, big caveat. Now, if the market turns around and starts blowing the shorts out again and bidding up and bidding the prices higher and buying stocks back, shorting is going to be against the current of that backdrop. So if you're going to be shorting, yes, you want to wait for the bounce. It's all about the entry, and the better the entry, the better the staying power. Look at me right now. I've been in the money pretty much since the entry today. So I have zero pain, zero emotion, zero conflict. I'm just letting it work for me. Whereas when you chase something that's already been down 3 or 4 days, it doesn't last long before they start to test you. So really a strong concept to get used to. If the market is going to get weak, you want to short sell, but you want to short sell in the correct manner. And that is kind of trying to stay a couple moves ahead of it. You know, when a pilot flies a plane, especially a fast plane, their mind is 5 miles ahead of the nose cone. They're always 5 miles upwind, trying to stay ahead of everything, that can go wrong, or it can happen, I should say. So yes, you are correct, Leanne. Let's take it a step further. I'm going to grab it, take it back. I'm going to copy that link address back, load it again. Okay, let's back test it. Let's back test it real quick. I have a scanner setting. Barry told me to ask you. I can try and come back to that one, Krogan. But real quick, we've got some people asking about the scan that I just sent out there for, fading, for short sales, fading the bounce, so to speak. Hang on a second. Yikes. I'm sorry, just catching up over here. Okay, so real quick, let's take this and say, what happens if we back tested the short selling? This is kind of for Leanne and anybody else, so we can get more confidence. Let's go ahead and open this up Pacific time. I'll just give it 20 minutes to the open, all the way to the end. Exit. This is a swing trading strategy. So market close plus 2 days at the open. So we'll cover it at the open in 2 days. All of these things that came through in real time, if we short sold them and held them for that amount of time. Risk management. Let's use our let's risk 2.5% to make 7.5%. Risk 1 to make 3. We'll just go ahead and we'll go ahead and sample all 64 days. Why not? Let's get as much data. So sell. We're going to simulate sell. I don't like pre-market. They just throw off my my mojo. I don't like looking at the pre-market action. I'll be aware of where the pre-market high is sometimes in certain plays. The stuff that I play usually doesn't really come into consideration, pre-market highs and lows. And I just don't like the way it throws off my moving averages. Okay, so we have not a real good statistical return here, but we can dig deeper and look at a couple things. So let's go into optimization. And right off the bat, time of day. Wow. It's not getting a good time of day here. Let's run it again and not be so aggressive on the exit. Let's just do it day after tomorrow. Let's try that simulate sell. See if that changes anything. Yeah, actually changed like a few things. Recently, it's been working a lot well. If we run this again, we could say, you know, just show me the last 30 days. Let's try that again. Simulate sell. Let's focus on the last 30 days. And then from there, we might be able to optimize a little bit. Now, shit, that's looking a lot better. Look at that. I got so excited. I dropped a cuss word in Barry's room. Not only that, this is really good right here, you guys. This is what you want to focus on. Average winner is $1.50. Average loser is 50 cents. So you saw that we were trying to say program, you know, find me something to risk 1 to make 3. And there, that's kind of showing up right there. Strategy return, annualized, not bad, but we haven't even really begun to optimize this yet. So this is 107 trades over 30 days, excuse me. Profit factor is just under 3, which is kind of the risk reward for every profit of $2.77. I'm confusing myself. I'm not even going to go there. But we want to have some profit factor over 2 to 1. Winners, average winner, average loser, etc. So here we go. Optimization. This is where it gets fun. Time of day. Okay, look at this. Let's give a different interval. Let's go 30-minute intervals. Nice. So now here's what I'm looking for. We're finding this time of day is giving us the best returns from 6:30 to basically 10 o'clock my time. Okay, with that one bit of knowledge, let's run it again. We'll just leave it as is, but we're going to cap it at 10 o'clock my time because that's what the heat map pretty much said. After 10 o'clock Pacific, we're getting diminished returns down here. We're getting too much red after 9:59. So we've got our baseline that we moved over here, summary, and we've got our new run right here. Look at that. We have improved it. Less trades, profit factor is now over 3. Strategy return is still about the same, but we're getting a tighter quality versus quantity. So that was optimization. Now we can also optimize the price, but I don't really see much to do there. We optimize the time of day. What we can do is we can do one more filter and optimize what's the S&P doing that day. We could say S&P change today. Let's make that our heat map. And we've got 20, let's do 10-cent intervals maybe. We can see that probably all these trades down here are diminished returns. And so is this up here. So this is kind of the meat of what we want to grab. So watch what I do here. Directly in the heat map, I can right click and I can make changes. So I'm going to say right click, minimum value S&P change today becomes this. Here comes our changes. And maximum, we're going to max out the S&P change at that value, set max value. This will be the last one we do, and then we'll move on to a new topic. But we've just added a new filter. We've optimized it. Let's go ahead and rather than run again, we're going to want to run directly from here because we made changes back to strategy, but everything else being the same, time frame, all the same, simulate sell. We should be getting a better baseline than the last one. Here we go. Look at the direction we're headed here. So this is telling us this has been a great strategy in the last couple of weeks, right? I think we all agree. The market's been a little bit more difficult the last couple of weeks, and this is when the short selling starts to work. When the market was going up, the short selling wasn't working. So right now, this is telling us this might be a hot hand strategy. So I'm going to re-deliver this to you guys in the optimized mode that I just gave it to you. Look at what we got here now. Average winner, $1.80. Average loser, 47 cents. Just out of curiosity, I wonder if we go back and run again and hold it for one more day, if that diminishes our return. Let's try. Let's just see what happens. Because it seemed like that did not help before. And I think I'm right. Yep, I'm right. So that's telling us we're getting too greedy on trying to hold too many days. So a day and a half, that's usually my sweet spot. Day and a half, 2 days. Look at that. So we now have, I'm going to deliver to you the new version here for short selling stocks that are making a new high after 4 or 5 days of bounce up into the 50-day moving average. And this is showing you what would happen if you short sold and you risked 2.5% to try and make 7.5%. Pretty fair deal, it sounds like. Look at all those runs we did to get to where we were. And which one do I want to get? I think it's this one. Let me just double check. Configure. We changed the S&P value. We want to give that one S&P to there it is. This is the one we want. Right click. Optimized short sell strategy. We'll tag it as that. So, let me finish typing. You guys can see there just how powerful the program is. You know, a lot of our new users come in and they just say, just have the program tell me what to buy and when to sell it. They don't really kind of get into the hows and whys of or whens to deploy certain strategies or when to sit on hands, etc. But for those that dare and those that are curious, the exercise I just did is extremely interesting. And I find it so interesting. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it on my screen. So I'm going to add it and save my. I'm going to save it because it's kind of interesting. So all I'm going to do is take that. I'm going to minimize that. I can keep an eye on things and minimize them, but I'll go ahead and save my layout. And that'll be there for me to keep an eye on because I just demonstrated that this is kind of a hot hand. Right? Those last 2-3 weeks were pretty darn solid green. And all we were doing is just, that's all I did today, guys. That's all I did today, right there. Look at that. I faded without using a scan. I was just using my own eyes, just waiting for my pitch, but short sold the open of the SPYs because they slammed into the 50 after a few days of bounce. I was not in yesterday. I waited. I got out this day because I overstayed my welcome, which we just saw, right? You overstay your welcome a few days, you're going to get bounced out. So market is ever evolving. The only constant in trading is change. There's always going to be change. That scan is probably a hot hand right now, but it could very well turn cold in a couple weeks as the markets change. So there's always something new to be looking for. In other words, there's never going to be one thing that you can always rely on and have it always be your go-to. Okay, so let's backtrack to Krogan. You were looking for stocks that are bouncing off resistance. So pulling back off resistance in a narrow, oh boy, we've got in a narrowing range, and so you've got a lot of ands and ors in there. And with not just high volume, but increasing volume. So if we take them bit by bit, and we start with stocks that are bouncing off resistance. Let's do a new alert window, starting from scratch. And when you say bouncing off resistance, the resistance is above our head. So if it's hitting resistance, it's pulling back. So maybe that would be like a 10-minute low. So I'm trying to start with the event. A 10-minute low becomes our event. However, pivot. Distance from R1. So we have a plot that we can use, the pivot point resistance 1. We'll add that filter. And we'll say that the new low has to be not above 0 max, but no more than -0.2 below. We can even do -tenth of a percent. So basically, it just did a new 10-minute low. That we'll do minimum 0.2. Might even have to open that up to 0.3. But the point is, we've capped it. We've said we just made a new 10-minute low, but 0 being the maximum value for R1, resistance 1 level, guarantees us that the price is not above that. So working forward from there, the narrowing range. You know what? We might. Okay, so narrow range. Let me change gears here. NR7. Maybe we want to go with this instead. Let's start with 5 minutes. Narrowing range 7, add alert. And I'm going to turn off new 10-minute low. So what we're trying to do here is maybe tackle 2 concepts at once. We're leaving the filter in of below the pivot, but not too far below it. But we're identifying a narrow range, a narrowing of the range in 5-minute candles under the resistance level. Now we're going to talk about volume, increasing volume. Perfect. So I have an idea for increasing volume. We'll call it 5-minute volume. Volume percent, 5 minutes, add filter. I would say increasing volume would equal 150% minimum, which means in the last 5 minutes, the 5-minute volume is calculated by our database of fact sets and data sets are showing that the current 5-minute volume bar is doing 50% over normal, 150%. So we can do price, minimum $5, volume today, just to kind of keep the weeds out, 200,000. Relative volume is something I'll leave up to you. Maybe we want to have at least one relative volume in their stocks. They're doing at least normal volume on the day, but we've qualified that 5-minute candle with increasing volume. Let's see what we get. Do we get anything? And let's go to a 5-minute chart. Now, if this works for you, I'll just have you do the same thing, but use the 15-minute version of the narrowing range. So let's do this. Let's add the pivot point to our single stock window so we know where that is. So we can kind of get that data point. Distance from pivot 1, show column in the single stock window. Let's open it up. Oh, look at that. It goofed up on me. I hate that. Okay, so distance from pivot negative 1.1. That's the SPY. So SH, there's our first value. SH is right at, okay, this is what I'm focusing on right here. Krogan, distance from pivot. That's really the only way to try and incorporate your request of resistance, is that R1 level. So let's go into the history of today. That's just the last one. History of today. Some other names. AMJ. Okay, it's consolidating. It's only 0.1% below. So here's where we could come in and loosen that up a little bit. Let's loosen that up a little bit. Hide unused. Let's loosen that up to negative 0.3. That'll give us a few more names in there. And that's something you can do as well. It's just not as close to the resistance level as the other values, but today gives us a couple more names. So I'll give this to you as a starting point. It's really probably the best I can come up with. But what I would say is grab this and then you can say duplicate. All right. And you can make a duplicate. And then from the duplicate, you just go to configure and change that narrow range to NR 7 15 minutes. And you could add that alert, make your new one the 15-minute and turn off the 5-minute, etc. So if you have any problems with that, let us know. But I'm going to give you the version that I just made there using the 5-minute narrow range bar with increasing volume under the R1 pivot point of no more than 0.3% for Krogan. Again, it's just a starting point. There's many things you can probably do that might come to you along the way. And then again, of course, Krogan, you can back test that thing. You can say what happens, if I time frame for this long, et cetera, and take it from there. That's really the way to use the software. Not just wait for something to tell you what to do, because in the end, you're not really learning anything that way either. All right, I think we're caught up here on questions. 20 minutes to go or so. What do you guys want to talk about? NVIDIA blowing. Oh, so NVIDIA is coming back alive. What is that doing to the Qs? Giving them a little lift. My book is the 10 SMA. That's the signal candle right there that said the downside momentum that started this morning, oops, was broken. However, I am on the 5-minute. Let me go to the 15-minute so I can change my perspective, because I like to use that 15-minute. The 15, of course, gives us a different perspective. It shows me two things. It shows me, one, the buyers came in exactly where I expected them to, which is this level. I'll be happy to talk about that. It's the 5-day moving average, using 130 periods to express that on a 15-minute chart. And that's where the buyers showed up. But the momentum line, the 10 SMA, has been still holding. We got 7 minutes to go before this candle closes. It very well could be rejected right here. And if it is rejected, that just tells me, and this is why I use the 15-minute time frame. As you saw, the 5-minute broke, but I see a lot more correlation for the time frame that I like to use in using a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So what we're getting here is kind of a pinch play. These are my only two indicators on my intraday chart, 10 SMA and that 5 SMA. Now we're going to get a pinch here, and it's going to determine where we go. I'll know in an hour or so. I don't use the anchored VWAP as much as I should. Luca, if you give me an example, I mean, opening candle, that's just, I would say no, probably not, because that's just a simple VWAP that way. Anchoring is the ability to give us something that's different, like a blow-off candle, a top or a bottom candle. I also like to use the anchored VWAP on dailies. I don't get caught up as much as I was just saying. Excuse me. These are my go-to indicators on my intraday. So we're getting kind of a pinch play here. I'm just trying to keep it simple. What's going to happen? Whichever way this price resolves, I'll adjust accordingly. But on the daily, I would come in, and as you see, I've got like a chart behind here, and this is my VWAP chart. So I like to come in and use lows and highs. So I would anchor from here. And that's very interesting in itself, isn't it? Anchoring from the high of the NASDAQ. We kissed it, went through a little bit on the gap open, but quickly resolved right back down. So this, again, is exemplifying why I like to wait for shorting. You short down here, you're just asking for it. You've had all this time to sit there and watch. It's literally a chase to the downside. So when things bounce up into areas of interest, and I would call that an area of interest, it's kind of its own little armpit there, if you will, on that anchored VWAP. So to answer your question, Luca, I like them on the daily. I use them kind of as a secondary. I don't like to use them so much on the intraday. I'm going to be watching closely to see how this intraday resolves itself here on this candle, to see if this candle closes above or if it gets rejected and pops back down into the range or the pinch range. So what Mike is saying is you could take NVIDIA and you could anchor, from the open, and there you go. Maybe that's what you're looking at, guys. The last candle before this one captured it, closed it, stayed above it. I like to see that because intraday candles can wick and reverse on you, but I like to let the time frame that I'm using close. So as NVIDIA tries to climb back up, what is that doing to the NASDAQ? It's dragging the NASDAQ a little bit higher. That really is the story of the day. However, we still have a lot of time today. And maybe you've heard me say, as a swing trader, I really do my best to try and hold off and wait until the closing candle. Try not to get wigged out and stressed out and emotioned out and shooken out intraday. Because when I've done that in the past, I've usually, more often than not, lived to regret it at the end of the day. And I say, why didn't you just wait for the closing candle, Steve? You basically just got caught up in the washing machine of intraday noise. But that's not the same for a day trader. I'm talking about a totally different time frame that I operate on as a swing trader. So I try to let, when I've got a lot of positions working, like, 6 or 7, 8 positions is probably a lot for me, because I kind of like to take 10, 15% size in my positions. If I've got 2 or 3 that are just staring at me that aren't doing anything at the end of the day, and I look and there's a big reversal candle on those, and those 2 names actually closed below, that's my signal, is when the closing candle closes below a moving average or a VWAP. That's my signal to get out. And so I will weed my garden at the end of the day and pull a couple of bad ones. But I like to wait until the end of the day. Looks like NVIDIA is probably going to drag the NASDAQ back up here with it. Let's see what I see in NVIDIA here. So this was the moment it broke the moving average and closed above. So this was the signal candle to the shorts that you're on the wrong side now. But now, the more space you get above this 10 SMA, we got a lot of space there. There's my bracket. That's supposed to be a bracket. The more space you get between the current price and the moving average, the more risk you're taking for a reversion. So I like to pay myself, no matter what the time frame is, as it's reaching and really stretching, take your profits, but leave some on the table just in case it wants to continue. That's what I do. We went long at 378. So I could see, like, if this was your entry, bravo, I could see a case for that. See, if this was your entry, great job, because what you did not do is you did not chase the open and buy the gap. Worst thing you want to do, wait. And taking an entry right off that 10 SMA is what I talk about all the time. Waiting for that intraday. And now we take our time machine and we move forward. Held for the most part, held. See those bottoming wicks? Those are very important to see. Rejection wicks. Didn't hold, but still hanging in there above your price level. Still hanging in there at your price level. Bam. You're on the right side. So now you've got what they want. And, as you get strength, you can feed it out to them. But again, going back, if that was your initial entry right there, I applaud you for it, because that's the kind of stuff I like to do. Find something that's strong, that gapped up, but don't chase it. Wait for this pitch right there. And if you're wrong and it fills the gap, well, it's, you can give it to the gap for additional slippage if needed. All right, am I caught up, everybody? Did I miss anything? Brian R, HON. Well, nasty. Doesn't look great. Today's attempted drive was immediately rejected at the 10 SMA. If it closes like this, to me, that's a rejection. Earnings was the catalyst. It just has never recovered. On the flip side, maybe you do have some bottoming down here of what I'm going to call divergence. You've got higher lows in the RSI, even though you've got lower lows in the price. So you could hang your hat on that if you're a believer down here. But the good news about these types of charts is if you do take something like this, your out is pretty much defined down there at 185.09. But I don't like the way that candle is acting at the moment, and also intraday, look at starting to bleed down through my 5-day as well. So it's kind of showing signs of an early rejection. Let's see how it resolves. But the only thing that's got going for it is it might be oversold down here, showing some bullish divergence, if that makes sense. Hope that helps, Brian, if you're still listening. Sorry, I missed your question. No, I would not short NVIDIA. I want to short things that are weak, Marty, and have bounced up into the armpit. I want to short things that look like SPY. Don't want to short things that are above all moving averages up in clean air. NVIDIA is up there in clean air, all-time highs. I want to short that. You're throwing your canoe in a river of current and paddling upstream, in my opinion. I'd rather be short things that are under pressure and have a lid on them pushing down. And, we'll see what happens. It's a long day still. Okay, excellent. I'm so glad to hear that, Leanne. You got yourself a good risk reward entry there, and you rewarded yourself with patience, waiting for the pitch, not chasing. It's kind of a good positive win all around. You exhibited patience and you exhibited action. You pulled the trigger where you were supposed to. You managed the trade accordingly, and you paid yourself when it went in your direction. That's all you can ask. That's great. Hearts. I'm also in AGQ silver. I got lucky and picked it up down here in another account. Just kind of playing the range on silver. If Patrick's here, he knows all about my silver infatuation. Let's take a look at SON Snow. That one's pretty messy after earnings. Yeah, there's Patrick. Yeah, I'm just sitting on that one. I'm actually kind of, rather than being cash, Patrick, I'd just rather park it in silver a little bit. I've got it PSLV in one account and AGQ in another account. Barry.
Silver.
Steve,
I love silver. I'm not talking about the commodity, but I'm not talking about the trade. I just like the look of silver way more than I like the look of gold.
I do too.
Gold is gaudy.
Yeah.
And luckily, my wife thinks the same thing. So when it comes to present time, we're all about silver.
Yeah, I love it.
You've been down to Mexico, of course, right?
Of course. I went to high school in San Diego. You don't think I was down there at age 17?
Exactly. Now, you've been on the beach in Mexico, I'm sure, right?
Uh-huh. Yep.
And the vendors that come by with their suitcases, with junk silver. And of course, I was down there years and years ago, bought one thing. All right. Of course, it tarnished my finger in about a week and left it all green. Yeah. In Peru, where my wife is from, and I bought a ring from, and they've got tons of silver down there, and it's top, it's really good grade silver, whatever and I've had this ring on. I'm looking at it right now, probably for 15 years, and it looks like I just bought it yesterday. It's amazing, quality. And it wasn't expensive. I mean, it's dirt cheap down there.
Yeah.
So there's my silver story.
It's kind of funny. When I go to Cabo every year, there's those vendors that walk by, and it's the same ones. And there was one guy named Paco, and his angle was, "Come get Paco. I got the best junk on the beach," and that was his hook.
At least he's and he was so
funny. And I say was because I just saw on the Facebook page that he passed away. Poor guy. He was just hustling his butt up and down that sand his whole life. But that was his big hook. Paco has
that was his
got
shtick, and it
the best
obviously worked.
junk on the beach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So
hilarious.
yeah, I
Anyway,
love my silver
I'm with
too.
you on silver. I love the look of silver. I just don't like the look of gold. I mean, gold taps, gold this. I mean, I'm not saying even like gold plated, just the color of gold. I
I
just
hear
find
you.
it too
Yeah.
gaudy looking.
There's nothing like a good picture of a good stack of silver. Somebody's got
Yeah.
bars and coins. I've got some stuff in the vault, you know.
Hmm.
Hopefully it pays off someday. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Anyway, my friend, I know you want to take off, so
Yeah,
I'll
thanks.
relieve you right now.
All right, cool. I'll see you around.
And maybe ask them again about,
We
what
will.
I'm looking for,
Oh yeah, we
if you
will.
don't mind. I
We
mean, I don't know
will.
how long it takes. I mean,
No,
can
there was
you?
some discussions about different areas of the homepage, but I
Okay, I just
think
don't want the discussions to go on for months.
no,
I
they won't
mean,
go on for months.
okay,
It'll be
okay,
days. It'll be days, not months.
okay. I'll leave it up to you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
See ya. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. Let me grab the screen. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. All right, how can I arrange all the tabs of a layout in a docked window? Okay, so Vishal, welcome by the way. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to direct you to my homepage because I will explain a little bit, but you should have a guide, okay? So that because I don't expect you to remember everything I'm going to say. So I'm going to put in my homepage link, and on my homepage, if you click on it, and you click here in the education section, and then click on the guide, and then where it says docking, okay, docking, okay, there's your guide, okay? So I'll go over it quickly, but there's your guide because I don't expect you're going to remember everything, okay? Make sure you can hear me. You heard what I said? Okay, cool. Now, in docking, I would call it maybe an advanced topic. I mean, I don't know what percentage of our customers actually dock. I dock a few things, I mean, I've got my thumbnail charts all in a dock, but I've got some free floating windows too. But anyway, so how you would start off with a dock is you click on new and then docked window. Okay, docked window. Give it a name. I like to name all my docs starting with doc because when it comes time to search maybe for a doc window that you've got, if I name it doc, I can do a search and all my doc windows will come up. Okay. So I'll just call it doc test. Okay, so you see now it is called doc test. So now your question is how can I take so how can you take like if I wanted to put this in my dock and this in my dock and any other windows that I've got in my layout, that's basically your question, right? Okay. So let's just and this is just you just duplicate it over and over again. Everything I'm going to do two of them, but it's the same. Doesn't matter how many you've got. So just going to move this over here. So if I want to put my normal option activity into this dock, I right click on it and see it says I go down to where it says now it says duplicate into doc test. That's why you give it a name. So I'm going to duplicate it. It's not going to go away, but it's going to I duplicate it. And what you didn't see came on my other monitor. So you see it's up here. There's a tab now. Okay. Let's do the next one. I'm going to duplicate Momo. Same thing. Right click, duplicate into doc test. Again, it popped on my other monitor. Oh shoot. Just give me a moment. It's where it gets tricky sometimes when you grab the wrong header. Okay. Okay. So you can see I've got two. Now understand I can put as many as I want in here without going overboard. I don't know what the max is, but don't go crazy. But I've got these two. Ah, okay. Okay, then that's it. And now to rearrange them, because most people want to see you want to see the scans as opposed. I mean, you can leave them as a tab if that's. But now the trick is to left click and grab the header. Okay, don't grab the body. You grab the header, left click, and now grab the header. And when this little icon pops up, then you can pick the direction you want to see it. So if I want to see it, if I want to see this underneath abnormal option activity, then I just click the underneath, and there it is. Okay. If now I want it beside it, I just left click and keep the left click holding down, and I now move it, and now I can put it beside it. Okay. So that's up to you, of course, where just don't grab the body. Because if you, what's going on here? My mouse is weird. Oh, it's not allowing me to do that now. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. Anyway, that's what you do. And then don't forget, save it. When you've done it, then you just save it, save or share to cloud. And this is what I meant before. If I want to bring back something that I've docked in the past, I can just click on File, Load from Cloud, and do a search. And if I type in dock, I will see everything that I've docked before. Okay. Cool. And don't forget it. Don't remember if you forget what I've said, just go to the guide, and it should be all there. Okay. I mean, docking can be kind of good, especially if you're somebody who has different layouts for different times of the day. I do have my dock pre-market layout. Once the market opens, though, I shut it down. I'm not one to have different layouts for different times of the day, other than the pre-market. I don't have one from 9:30 to 10:30, and then I think, okay, I want a different layout. But I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I just don't do that. But you could, in theory, create different layouts for different times of the day. Just remember to close it down, because it can start to become a drain on the resources. Okay, there's no reason for it to be no reason to have things up that you're not using. All right, let's. So I saw that NVDL got right into the VWAP. I think William mentioned that. Well, I'm talking. I mean, I'm just looking at NDVL as opposed to NVIDIA, and I saw that NVDL got right into the VWAP, poked a little bit above it, 102.22, poked a little bit above it, but not much. So it looks like the VWAP kind of stalled it for those looking for a. Oh, you missed the big one. You missed the big one. Relax, real. Well, the big one, in my opinion. Somebody will come up with it for the doc. Well, it's got nothing to do with no, doc. Nothing to do with you in terms of days to cover. You don't have to buy your shares back. No, no. This is just to show you how what you should do is click on the help, and you'll get the definition. But it's got nothing to do with you personally. Okay, that you have to buy your shares back. No, no. But just click on the help. Okay, and you'll see what it. I mean, I could read it to you, but or tell you, but it's better. I don't days. Oops, days. And this is good for everybody, because you see, once you click on it, then you click on the help, and then that'll tell you not just for this one, but for any alert or filter that we've got. If you're wondering, well, what does it really mean? So this is going to tell you exactly, but it's got nothing to do with your account. Okay. So they don't, so if you're short something and you see days to cover might be 4, doesn't mean you have to cover in 4 days. It's just telling you, well, how many shorts are really out there, the volume that normally happens. Okay. So just click on the help and it'll give you a good definition of it. Okay. Well, I guess nobody's going to answer me. Dr. Strangelove. Come on, Doc Strangelove. That's the first thing I thought of, but Ryan, some movies are timeless though. You can look them up. Everything is out there now. Doesn't matter when you were born. Everything is out there. Now, William. I got into watching some old episodes of The Twilight Zone on YouTube a long time ago, and it was amazing. It's all about the stories, you know. Acting is all corny and everything. The sets are all corny. It's the stories, though. The stories were good. Okay, guys. So I am not in anything right now. I did cover my Mara short earlier. At one Adam 12. Lulu Flushing. Let's take a look at Lululemon. Hmm. Not an earnings play. My Lulu. I know I haven't told this for a while, guys. I mean, some of you have been in the room for a while. You've heard me say this before, but when I moved to Vancouver, I think in 1990, I lived in an area called Kitsilano, right near the beach. And on one of the main streets, there was this little store called Lululemon Athletica. And I'm talking about a little store. Nobody understood why was it called Lululemon. I'm sure there's a reason. I haven't even looked it up. Just a little hole in the wall store. I'm talking hole in the wall. And that was the first one. And from there, an empire was launched. Unbelievable. That was the first Lulu. Yep. Now they've got two huge headquarters in Vancouver. Okay, well, we're on the dock, off on a dock tangent now. Okay, guys, so since I left, I took my break at noon and I can see the market had a brief little pop. Now we're starting to go down again. And that basically almost like what Nvidia is doing. I am really interested in a short guess again. This is just holding it's holding the VWAP 2292, just a little bit above the VWAP. If it takes that VWAP out, I'm sticking a price alert at 2289 to see if it takes that VWAP out a little bit later. Well, there you go, Liam. I guess I could have looked that up myself. Well, there's a lot of the big Asian influence in Vancouver, so I guess maybe that's why they did it. I don't know. Or population, I should say. Yes, guys, I'm telling you, this gas takes out that VWAP. I don't know what's going to hold it up, especially if the market continues down. All right, guys, guys, guess is right at the VWAP, 2292, sitting right on top of it. So again, what is it going to do? Is it going to bounce off the VWAP, or is it going to maybe get influenced finally a little bit more by the market? I mean, it really hasn't had the market has had no influence on this yet. I mean, look what the market did from almost the get go, and look what Guess did. So this is an earnings play. However, is F is Foot Locker the same as Guess? Guess is sitting again. It's right at the VWAP area. Here's the battle, guys. The battle we have every stock has a battle. Some are more intense than others. Always a battle though between the buyers and the sellers. Give me a moment, please, guys. Real. I'm just going to converse with you just one more time. Okay. Hey guys, well, saw what happened. The VWAP rejection, guys. So I'm in this. That's what you'll know what I'm this is called multitasking. All right, now where it could go, I'm not saying it's getting here, but I mean the next low looking left on a 15-minute chart is 22. I'm not saying it's getting down there, but I mean if this gets down there, that's a classic reason to pay attention to the VWAP and what happens. I mean, even right now, it's not a bad trade. Okay, I mean, it might give me 20 cents. It's not a, not, won't be maybe an incredible trade, but there's the VWAP at 22.92, and I got in at 20. What was it? 22.87. And put your stop at the whole number at the worst. I wouldn't put my stop right at the VWAP. That's a little too tight. Take a look at Foot Locker. You guys, you were talking about Foot Locker looking the same. FL. This to me should be a bigger short. Because this was an all-time low yesterday. I mean, guess at least guess, and it wasn't positive for the day. I mean, it's had a tremendous rebound, but you're right. There's Foot Locker sitting right on the VWAP, 1767. So I mean, this guess may be just a scalp trade for me. I mean, I gets close to that 80, 85 mark. I'll go out no gain. But well, I would hate to use the word what you should be doing. Okay, this is what I do. Okay, and what I look at, but I don't want to say this is what you should do also. All sorts of different trading styles. It's an idea. I guess I'll rather phrase it. This is an idea, about looking at stocks that are near the VWAP. So you could build a trading strategy. Anybody could try to build a trading strategy around it. You look at the strong stocks, and then sometimes they pull back, and if they get into the VWAP, practice in the simulator. Breaks down through the VWAP, take the short, put the stop a little bit above the VWAP, see what happens. Or conversely, stock moves above the VWAP, and I would give it a little. I don't mean like a penny above. See how it's trading above the VWAP. And then, if you think it's trading, 10 cents above, perhaps, depending on the price of the stock, of course, then you can take the long and put your stop below the VWAP. You can just sort of test stuff like that. And right in the simulator. Yeah, you wonder what exposure this Evercore has in Foot Locker. All right, guys. So I'm sort of in scalp mode now for the GES. I was hoping it would get into the 50s, but the minute it got into the mid 60s, I've taken some off. And now if it gets back into the 80s, I'll get out of it, but I may reshort it. I'm just saying, I just want to see if this is a momentary pop up. Meanwhile, I'm going, there you go. So I'm out of it now. Okay, you see what happened? I'm out of it now. However, still, it's still hanging around the VWAP. So I mean, there's a possibility it'll just get reversed at the VWAP again. This time, the VWAP might act as resistance on the way up. Hmm. For some reason, this is being recognized as Indian Telephone Industries Limited in TradingView (ITI). Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video now, and so I'll put myself on mute. Time is it 13:21? So about 1:30. No late. Should not be. It should be earlier, but again, in case I have technical issues. So I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I am back. Now, guess is still hanging around the VWAP. And with the market doing this, I'm just wondering eventually will the market just, not let guess keep well being as high as it is. Look at Nvidia. I mean, there's a classic. It's a more expensive stock, of course, but I'm just looking at NVDL. But look what it did right at the VWAP. Here's what I'm talking about. Maybe the guess will do the same thing. You see how it got into the VWAP and basically stalled it. Yes, it poked its head up a little bit above it, but it looks like it stalled it. So that's what I'm kind of looking at for guests to do. Maybe. So guys, right now my all my concentration is on this guess, GES. I want to see if it gets rejected again at the VWAP. Again, especially with the market now making a new low. All right. So you guys are talking about ELIC. Is it doing something again? Well, there's another one right at the VWAP, 299, sitting right on the VWAP. What will it do? Okay, so this guidance was raised. I think we talked about this one before. Yeah, Raymond James. That's why raised it from 11 to 1250. Well, that's the reason for this pop for back blaze. What do they do? Cloud provider, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. All right, guys. I'm not saying too much. Well, it looks like the guess is putting in a bigger bounce than I was hoping for, but hey, maybe it continues from here. I'm certainly not going to go long on it though. So here's another one that now CLS Celestica had quite a nice bounce actually from about 2190 all the way up to 2234 ish. And there's the VWAP, still 20 cents away from when it stopped going higher. Remember, the VWAP is sort of an area. It's not, not, I sort of give it 5 cents either side, depending on the price. Well, nothing for me, nothing is happening. I haven't had a new, there's 1210 for the abnormal auction activity, 114, the last one for the momentum scan, 1205 here, 1145 here. These are on the breakouts and breakdowns. The daily reversal, 1205. So on my scans, I've had not a lot of activity for the last hour or so. So that's when I start then to click on the alerts and see what they're doing around a VWAP area, or maybe not really seeing too much around the 200-day moving average, but generally something around the VWAP, and then trying to see if I can trade around that when I'm not getting too many new alerts. Goods, you know what? You read my mind. I just took a peek at this VFS thumbnail chart I've got, and I just noticed that little bit of a pop here. Splunk is flushing. That is an earnings play today. Splunk. Maybe. I mean, there's the VWAP again, the all important VWAP, 113.36. So it's a little bit below it. Still up 13%. That is a big, big move. Look at it. Take all that stuff out on the daily chart. I mean, the next high on the weekly chart, well, broke through that. So the next high on the weekly chart is 116.33. All right, guys. Well, again, not seeing no new alerts. So I'm really just clicking on some of the old alerts and see what they're doing. See, with Footlocker, it's possible that this 1744 area will hold it. That's the low of that 15-minute candle. It's possible. And then you have to contend with the 1734. But if it ever takes all that out, look out below. Oh, nice goods. Really, well, you timed it well. Good for you. Now that's through the VWAP, 4772. Again, highly risky, but there's an argument to be made that if it takes out 50 again, it could have another run. Very psychological number, and you may not happen, but I've put an alert just over 50, maybe later on in the day. This did get up to 57. That NVDL just sort of pesky right around that 100 mark all day. Yeah, well, your big area right now for Foot Locker is right here, 1734. I mean, that's the low of the 15-minute candle right there. And then underneath that, there is a ton of room. Aha. I'm putting a little test short for Foot Locker, and the uptick rule is still in effect, even though the stock is up for the day. It was down more than 10% yesterday, so it's still Shady knows. William probably knows. I think this stock has to be positive today for the uptick rule to disappear. But yeah, I'm not getting a fill, even though I'm right in at the bid. I'm not getting a fill, even though it's up 4%. But I think the rule is if it's down 10% the day before, it has to the next day it has to be positive, and then that uptick rule is gone. I th- I think that's the rule. I think it is. Well, it has to be something like that because I could not get a fill where I wanted it. I was in at the bid for 15 seconds and could not get a fill. And there's tons of shorts. I mean, 2 million shorts. No, it's not the same as the short sale restricted. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say it is because there's a bit of a restriction. It might be semantics, But basically, the uptick rule, if a stock is down 10%, like typically, if you want to short a stock, you just go in at the bid, right? Assuming your broker has shorts available, you can just go into the bid, and you'll usually get an instant fill, just as if you went in long at the ask. But if a stock is down 10%, then the uptick rule. So maybe we call the uptick rule a subset of the short sale restriction rule. I don't know, because what has to happen is you can go in at the bid, but you may not get a fill immediately. Action has to happen at the ask, and then it goes back to that bid price that you're looking for. But you may be in a queue of others that want to do the same thing. So, sometimes it's very hit or miss. I mean, I can't remember. There was one, I can't remember if it was this week or last week. It was down 30%, and I was getting a fill instantly. So, but then the uptick rule is still in effect the next day for a stock that has been down 10%, even if the stock is positive for the day. That's what I think. And so the stock has to be positive the next day for that uptick rule to disappear. Well, big area for this Foot Locker right there. I mean, you can see there's a little low there, 1734. If it cracks that, I mean, that could get it really running down. I mean, it's already had a nice break off the VWAP, better than Guess did. Wow, your goods, your VFS. I mean, that looks really like it's going to pop through 50. Nice, nice timing on that one. And they got to 49.95. I mean, big psychological number to get through. Got through it easily this morning on that candle right there, the 945 candle. I don't think it stopped at 50 really. It just powered right through. So I actually have an alert, a price alert set for I think 50, about $50.40 for VFS. I want to see if it can clear 50 any great way. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:46. Marketing meeting today, but I'm not going to go. I'm going to sort of getting people to just tell me what's happening, so I don't really have to go. I'm anticipating there might be a promo code out very soon for Labor Day. Usually they put it at least a week before, so there might be one for next week. Probably be 25% off. With the Blaze guys, the BLZE, the next high looking left looks like is around 6, okay, on the weekly chart, 580. I mean, this could have a late day run. It's a fairly low float, 14 million in the float. On the daily chart, a little bit more, might have to get through 550. But if it gets through 550, then it's got a shot into that 580 area. So again, one of these ones that, just kind of resting for a while here. And, the volume has dwindled completely. There was not a lot of volume to begin with, 490,000. I mean, it's 6.8 times normal, but not a lot of absolute volume. So there was that to kind of worry about, I suppose. Okay, guess is teasing me again. Guess is teasing me right at the VWAP again. It may not be dynamic enough. That's all I can think of. It may not be dynamic enough. In other words, big 40, 50, 60 cent drop. Even the Footlocker. See that Footlocker, it got into almost to the penny, that low on that 15-minute chart. I think it got within a couple of cents of it. Got right to it. I mean, isn't that amazing? I mean, it's just one little bottoming tail there, but it was at 1734. And what did it get to? It got to 1734. That's why I wanted to wait anyway to see if I could get this underneath 1734. I will try again. A real might say that Footlocker is coming into a. I'm looking at a 5-minute linear regression channel (LRC). Well, good. You certainly do have the extremes. You go after these high flying crazy ones, VFS, and the low flying crazy ones, MULN. You definitely are a man of extremes. I wonder if I could duplicate your LRC in TradingView. This is what I see right there. I mean, 1727 looks like right there. I guess they are. I guess people are still wearing Guess jeans. I always get Guess and the Gap mixed up. All right, guys. Build a Bear looks weak. Build a Bear does look kind of weak. BBW. I mean, it's now below that 15-minute candle. I mean, it's still positive for the day, but it has been weakening and weakening, and it is an earnings play. Well, I can have any variety I want. I mean, which one? What are you using? 100 or 50? Actually, I think I'm using 100. I'm just looking right here, 100. Of course, this is on a 5-minute chart. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, when I was just demonstrating, somebody was saying they couldn't get their Brokers Plus simulator working. So I took this short of Groupon at 400 shares at 1247, 1230 now. So let me just flatten it just to show you. All right. Ooh, this is still pretty risky business, VFS. Pop through 50. Oh man, I'm sizing nightmare is right, Kishore, in terms of the VFS. Highly risky. I'm just watching the way it's holding 50 so far. Well, it's held 50, guys. Sort of. Oh, jeez. Well, guys, I'm just watching it. I'm just watching it right now. I'm watching to see it's just still hovering under 50 on the bid. Again, highly risky. I'm not suggesting anybody do this, but we're in a trading room and it's it's doing what it's doing. All right, guys, I'll move away from that. I do have a price alert set at a certain price. So any news on retail? Well, retail's been active for the last few days. I can't look at it quite yet, guys. I'm still sort of wrapped into this VFS watching a trade. So look at that ask. Get the bid up. All right, like that. Okay, now, guys, you're on your own, completely on your own here. Wow. Oh man. All right, I can take a look at Rito now. As I say, I think there was some news. Oh, oh my goodness. Wow. No, I did not see that. I thought all I remember about I haven't checked Rito today. All I remember about Rito was this. Man, there were shares ashore too. Well, I'll be somebody. What the heck happened to Rito? Wow, I did not know this happened. I just remember Rito having this great move over the past few months, all the way up to 7. That's the last time I remember from yesterday. And I don't wow, come on. I don't see, let me take a look at Rito. Was this an earnings bite today? It couldn't have done that though. It couldn't have gone from 7.35 down to a dollar while I'm looking. I mean, that's insane. I don't see any news on it. Ah, yes. I don't see any news on this. I mean, it's China. I get it. We're aware that these some of these China stocks can just kind of go crazy, but this is nuts. I would say this hasn't even traded enough for that to happen. I mean, I know it's traded 15 million. There's only 4 in the float. This is traded like it's 120 million to drive it down like this. Don't get me singing goods. It's got to be something happened. I mean, that's ridiculous with no news. Well, guys, one day when it's all over, I will do my rendition. Any Aussies in the group here, I will do my rendition of My Boomerang Won't Come Back. That'll be my swan song. I know nobody's heard of it, but if you're an Australian, you've heard of it. And for whatever reason, I know all the words. No, I'm not on the prowl. I'm not on the prowl for this Rito. Not at all. I mean, this is just, and this, I mean, I can see what happened too. I didn't even realize this, to be honest. I know I saw you guys were talking about it. I never clicked on it. I just assumed it was moving higher, but yeah, obviously got halted many, many times. Well, at least 3, 4 times. Ton of fill in the blanks, guys. I wanted to keep an eye on that Blaze for a short BLZE, and it really came down. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was looking at the entry in our AI 488. I thought that's where it was now. So never mind. Yeah, I mean, there are shorts available well, there's still now 3,000 shorts right now at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, don't get me wrong, but I don't know how many would have been available up here or here or here. My guess is that I'm surprised there any that there's I'm surprised there If it was shortable, I'm surprised there are not more now because of all the short covering that had to take place. Whoa, Build-A-Bear. BBW guys. I just think, yeah, question Mike C. I mean, NVIDIA, of course, I'm just looking at NVDL, but I mean, it's just, between 99 and 101 for a long time now. Well, Guess is starting to fall a little bit, guys, but I just don't think it's going to be dynamic enough for me now. GES, famous last words, of course, but TSHA could not hold its gains. Might still be positive, but yeah, barely. Now it's gone negative. TSHA. And now it's gone negative. TSHA gone negative. One day I'm going to follow you, Goods. I just can't do the stuff you do. Well, I can. I mean, I could, but so you're taking better, BETR. I understand. I mean, this what a horrible SPAC so far. So when it was a SPAC, this got up to $63 when it was a SPAC. Well, you were really good on the VFS. ALB. Okay, let's take a look at ALB through 200. Okay, expensive stock. Let's take a look at it. had earnings on the second. So this was the reaction to earnings. So it was already in a downfall or a downturn, and earnings did not help it, obviously. Trying to recover a bit. So Rito is halted. What? Volatility. What did it do? Go from 97 to a dollar two? Well, I know that. I understand the velocity, but I know obviously the percentage move in that little period of time, it's just sort of strange. That's all. For me, it seems kind of strange that we'll get halted. We headline? Oh man, you're going after we. What is it? 2 cents? 13 cents. Okay. Here's your headline. Discuss potential bankruptcy plan for WeWork. Okay. Hope you still have some of your VFS. Is this pink? No, okay. It's not pink. I guess I am allowed to trade it if I wanted to. When I say allow, I disabled my pink sheet statics and in Interactor Brokers. Oh, I don't know how many, 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, no, I know it. I know it. I can see that now. Well, I don't see it's Nasdaq. I see that it's New York actually, but not pink. Not pink sheet. Yes, waiting for BBW to maybe crack 27. Let's see, 10,000 shares is $140 or $1,400. Okay. The better is actually something that I would, believe it or not, I can see people getting into this one at some point. I mean, what's the downside? Zero, of course. But I mean, my goodness, I mean, that what a terrible IPO. Not seen one like this maybe ever. This is $21 in the pre-market. Sure, you can have a drop, but I mean, down to $1. Well, it's not a SPAC now, though. I mean, it was a, or is it still the SPAC? Is it still the SPAC, or is this who they merged with? So this is the new company. Okay, so it was Aurora. I know so it was Aurora. That was the SPAC, and they merged with this company called Better. Every time BBW hits a new low here, guys, another angel gets its wings. Oh, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. William, I need a personal buzzer from you because I did not see that post that you said Rito was going to $1. I did not see that. That's an awesome call. Okay, guys, so I'm just watching Foot Locker. Yeah, it did not take out that 34, got right to the penny. So that is Guess is doing kind of what I thought it might do. I just don't think it is dynamic enough for me. How many shares traded? 35 million. Talking about the Better. Okay, that I mean, I'm still looking at VFS high of the day later on, maybe. Not high of the day. I'm sorry, not high of the day. No, but 52, 53. It's through 53 later on. It might have still another, I don't know, $2, $3 run in it. But thank you, goods. Yeah, you got my interest peaked on that one. Really had to watch for that 50 break. So according to you, I did chase it, but that's okay. You kidding me? This is actually an earnings play. If you can believe it, HKD is an earnings play. Not that it's this really hasn't. I really thought this one might, especially a couple of days ago when VFS went crazy. Thought maybe one of these would. I thought maybe the excitement would be generated for this also. Not the same sector or anything like that, but just another low price. This is a China stock. Okay, guys, as I'm waiting to see how much further BBW can go down, it's just sort of hanging around the 27 mark now. Let me just one last time take a look at my homepage and the scans that you can get from it and the other information. All right, click on my homepage, and this is what you'll find. Not that. Oh, promo code Barry15. Barry15, all in caps, 15 numerical. For 15% off the first 15 months. The first month, or not year, because I can get you a better promo code if you're looking for a year. Okay, 25%. I can get you that. You just have to let me know, and I'll get it for you. As always, you must do the get started. It takes about 30 minutes to get through the 10 short videos. Talks about your download and install, your first startup and login. Okay, so definitely take a look at that. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, great. I think it's a really nice primer for anybody who's brand new to trading. A lot of videos. Stock of the day video that I do right here. Free, of course. Trade of the week, free. Last two have not triggered, but you can sign up for it. Next, if you sign up for the trade of the week, you'll get it. You should get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. Okay. If you don't get it, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. The education section is here. Click here for my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. It's sort of a mixed bag for me today, guys, in terms of what I used. I use the daily reversals for a Mara short early. I should have used it for this one, the ELIQ. I didn't believe though it would get through all the resistance. And boy did it ever. Abnormal option activity got me into the BBW. And what else? Well, the guess, I mean, I knew about it because we in my pre-market actives, we knew that one was an active stock on the way up. Here's my pre-market actives down. Pulse resumes over here. So again, sharing a lot of scans. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. And again, as always, If you want to take out a subscription, all I ask is use my code, okay? Use my promo code. This will help the room immensely. All you have to do is save my homepage link. And at some time in the future, if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, use my promo code. Let's keep the room free. Let's keep it running, okay? And that's how we do it. This is a free room. Company wants to see that it is, paying for itself. I try not to be too heavy-handed in terms of the number of times I promote trade ideas during the day, other than showing how you can use trade ideas, of course. The other thing, now I'm told it could be days, but you know what? This company sometimes takes a while. So another thing that you can help the room, if you feel so inclined, give me a moment. Well, there's a charge, sure, tank, and they might pay us. So if you click on the homepage link, another thing that can help just push us a little bit more. Before we used to see the trading room right up here on the old website. This is a great website. I really do like it. Lots of interesting stuff. More geared not for so much the active intraday trader, but certainly I would take a look at this. The problem right now is that the trading room is buried down here. Okay. So they still say they're going to be moving it and giving it a lot more visibility. But until that time happens, if you feel so inclined, just click on support. Oh, you guys are on YouTube. You don't care. I understand that, but there's more action definitely in the main room. Well, again, if you feel so inclined, just drop a line to Trade Ideas. Say, hey, how about giving the trading room more visibility? It's not so much that obviously the people who are in the room right now, they knew how to get in. I just want to make sure we can still keep attracting new people because a new person would have no idea there's a room. Okay. All right, guys. Well, the BBW is still inching its way down. Longer it holds under 27, might have even a bigger break. There was the alert fairly late, 149 time, 27:34. That was the suggestion to short. Well, Mr. Goods, I'm sure you're out of VFS now. Doesn't look like it's going to take out the highs. So, but not a bad little trade. Well, this Blaze is inching its way down. The BLZEZE is inching its way down, but I just think I'm just not, I don't want to do anything now. 231. Now, William, are you willing to keep the room open again today? Okay. So, guys, sort of we'll call it new hours, if you will. I've been shutting down around 3 o'clock. I'll always say later if there are questions. But William graciously said yesterday that he would keep the room open. I don't know. I guess he kept it open actually until the NVIDIA earnings came out yesterday. So, even though I'm gone, William will keep the room open. And obviously, you were able to shut down perfectly because it was shut down. So, that's great. Okay. I am just getting set maybe to cover this BBW. Just watching it. 26.88, 27 on the bid ask. Want to see that ask get down below 27 again. If it gets over 27, I'm out. Wow. You keep it open to 414. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go, guys. So now I don't want to keep my screen sharing up though. Is that a big deal? I mean, it shouldn't be because I'm not really the only problem is I'd like to have some kind of an announcement. Okay. Well, I'll do what I did yesterday. Then I had my screen sharing up for a bit, and then I true. You're probably right. Hey, here's a late one, guys. PMN. I don't think this one has showed up today. PMN. Yeah, I don't like it. If you're saying, well, why am I showing it? Well, I don't know. I won't like it until I see the chart. So I'm just looking at the chart. To me, it just looks like there's too much resistance all the way up. Now, this did get up to $9 a few weeks ago, but it's a low float Canadian stock. Where are you out of? In Toronto. Ah, okay, BBW. You gave up on the ask. You gave up 27. So I think what you meant was an 80, like the stop will be at 80 cents. I'm sure everybody realized not an 80-cent stop, but the stop will be at 80 cents. Oat? I do not say oat. I did not say oot. Well, you guys are either tone deaf or something else because there's a big difference in saying oot and out. Now, if you can't hear that difference, go see an ear doctor. Hmm. Okay, BBW, I want to see you right up here. If I see you right up here, that means you've made another new low. Oh, I understand. Of course, I understand. I think. Well, if you went to the Maritimes, Lori, you'd probably hear it more. Okay, definitely. You'd hear it a lot more. People saying maybe the strong oot just from the Scottish that was out there, but Sudbury, yeah, big mining town used to be anyway. Town city. Are you from Sudbury? I'm sorry, guys. I know I shouldn't be talking about this, but come on, give me one more BBW right up there. Ah, okay. Well, fighting the black flies and the giant mosquitoes. Quite the day in the market, guys. Big excitement at the beginning, with Nvidia, but just a big sell-off, really. Dow's down quite a bit. So when we look at these 200-day moving averages tomorrow, we may see some of that were just, sitting on top. They might be through it. Today we had XRT, XLF, and XLP. The strange one to me is this KVUE. I mean, here's Goldman pumping them. They'll be added to the S&P 500 tomorrow, and Goldman pumping them, saying, we're putting a $29 price target on it. Now, granted, maybe it's just the overall market, but excuse me. Question, guys, questions. If you have any questions, PMN, let's see what PMN, see if it listened to me. It popped all the way up to 240. Amazing. I didn't even see that Holly call, HOLI. Hmm. Now, I'm sure you meant to say 438, right, Taurus? Yeah, I was going to say. I hope it's got support at 238. No, but sir, yeah, I figured you made a typo. Yeah, no kidding. Short call of the year if that ever happened. Yes. Well, guys, maybe for a late day break, maybe if Foot Locker takes out that 1734, I see it's just, it's just hasn't done anything really for the last hour. Take a look at Foot Locker, and it's just holding right here. And with that little 1734, kind of propping it up for a while anyway. I don't understand how some stocks show historical earnings for Q3 and or Q4 2023. How is this possible in August? You'd have to give me an example. Are you talking with something from Trade Ideas or some website? William may be able to answer something like that a little better than I can. If that, I just don't know where you're seeing that information. Schwab, I can't tell you. Now, yes, companies don't necessarily, their first quarter is not necessarily the first 3 months of the year, second quarter, the next 3 months, etc. Not necessarily. Yeah, so that's why. So Peloton is examples, but just what William is saying, different companies have differing quarters from the calendar. So it's not, again, it's not that every company, their first quarter is the first 3 months of the year, second, next 3 months, etc. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to take my leave of Bed Bath and Beyond, BBW right now. I'm getting set to wind this up, so I'm going to cover my short in that one. Gee, we haven't seen he for a while, nor him. He, let's see. Hmm. I don't know if there's any. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, something's again. This is with the fires in Maui. Hmm. Well, this one earlier in the day. Next gen. Yeah, forget it. Just up and down, pop up, then pop right back down. Okay, guys. Well, I certainly wouldn't be long anything right now, even if it's a spec one. I mean, the market's just too tough right now, in my opinion, even for specky ones. What do I think of DXCM? That's from our YouTube room. For what? Man, this is earnings on the 27th, so this is nothing, not an earnings play. It was July 27th. What was the reaction? So that was the earnings reaction right there, and ever since then, it's just been dropping. So when you ask me what's my opinion, for what though? I mean, it still has room to move down. Next lows are, 92, but it's not good. When you say a short later, you mean a short later today, or you'd be chasing it now. I mean, it's below the VWAP 103.05, so it's below the VWAP way up here. That would have been the place, I mean, if you were looking at it intraday, you can see what it did. I mean, if you've been following it and then you saw it pop through the VWAP like it tried to recover, popped through the VWAP and sat on it for a bit and then gave it up again. So to me, it's just too late for intraday anyway. Now, it doesn't mean it could drop another $2, okay? So $2. So William, I know what you're doing. You can't fool me. Did you see, Brian, did you see this around the VWAP? Dexcom, DXCM? Well, that's where you should have shorted it. Okay. On that break when it popped up and then it came back down, you rested for 15 minutes, and then when it took it out again, you could have shorted it there and put your stop just above the VWAP. Better Home shares plummet 94 cents in trading debut. Haha. It's unbelievable. Earlier this year, the company said the SEC staff concluded the investigation and said they did not intend to recommend an enforcement action. I bet they wish now they did. Jeez. I mean, that's devastating. Okay, Brian. Well, if you were around when Steve Gomez was in his noon to one stint, he always talks about waiting for he doesn't chase, be it short or long. He waits for a pullback. I know he loves the 10-day, sorry, the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. I don't know if he's using the VWAP. I really don't. I know he's not really using the anchored VWAP. So he always waits for something to pull back to his favorite moving average, I think, is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. But you could also use the VWAP and trade around the VWAP. Try to trade around the VWAP. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that one. I knew it's not Dave. Grumpy. And I know it's not debut. It's debut. It's debut. Debut. Okay, guys. Getting close to wrapping my little stint up, and William's going to keep the room open for another hour or so, but there's no guarantee. If he wants to take off, he can. He doesn't use the VWAP, just the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Rob? So there's your headline. Yeah, there's the same headline. You guys, Ori was citing the Washington Post headline. There's the headline, and I'm sure obviously if you read the article, it goes into it a lot more. Well, not good if they did that. Whoa, BBW, not in it anymore. Ugh, I wish I were still in this one. This could really start to roll down now. All right, guys. So I will stay later if there are questions. I'm not seeing too many questions right now, so I'll probably wrap up at 3. But again, I will stay later if there are questions. Oh, that's right. The 130 SMA and the 15-minute chart. That's sort of the 5-day or the 5 over, I don't know, 30 days or some crazy thing, or 130. You're asking about airsoft. You're asking about you as in Unity. Well, there's another one that is being rejected at the VWAP. No, a little bit being rejected at the VWAP 1, 2, 3, 4 times. But there could be some support around 33.84. So to me, there's not a great to me. I don't see one way or the other unless it tore through the VWAP, as a potential long. I just don't see that happening with this market. Oh, build a bear. So does that make sense to you? Talking about the U? If this weren't here, this at 45 minutes at 33.87, then you'd have a shot maybe. Well, even then though, you gotta I always look at the percentages. So I mean, if you took this, underneath 34, and then there's probably really good support around 33.65. That's only 35 cents away for a $34 stock. So I'd be more, I mean, if the market cooperated, though I just don't think it's going to. I would not be going long anything today. But if the market was starting to really put in a big recovery and it, went through that 200, that VWAP 3412, yeah, I mean, maybe it would have a nice run. But other than that, just can't see any odds in your favor right now with this one. Eric, okay. Any idea why I have two account numbers listed when I try and edit any position and edit account in Holly? Two account numbers. Now, are you connected now to either IB or E-Trade? If you are, I won't be able to help you, but I can send you, to support. I might have to take a look at your account, but are you talking about in the simulator or are you actually connected to your live account, either Interactive Brokers or E-Trade? And it shouldn't matter whether it's an AI alert, Holly, or any other alert. I mean, whether it's so. Can you answer that question? Are you so you're okay? So when you say the drop down menu, are you talking about when you edit? Click on edit, trading strategy, and then accounts. Maybe I did that too quickly. So when it doesn't really matter whether it's the AI or not. Anything you've got, I'll call it a strategy. So if you right click and edit the trading strategy, and are you talking about when you click on accounts and you have? Because I understand, I think with E-Trade, I mean, you might have two accounts with E-Trade. I don't know. I have nothing here. Of course, this is in the simulator. Okay, let me go to the. Okay, so right here, edit all the trading instructions. Which one? Long or short? Doesn't matter. And by the way, Eric, I hope you're not auto trading it. Okay, any? Okay. So I'm going to go edit or edit the short trading instructions. Okay. You're right. It is a different looking account. None. Edit. So here's where your accounts would be. Now, why you're saying you have two accounts at E-Trade? And when you do that, like two E-Trade accounts to pick from? That is something I can't help you with. That's within your E-Trade account, right? So you must have two accounts. I guess you pick one. Maybe you don't know you've got two accounts. I can't help you with that. I know I don't have E-Trade, so I can't. But I mean, you must have two accounts within E-Trade, and I guess you just have to pick one of them that you want to use when you're using. Brokerage Plus. That's all I can. Okay, good. Because we didn't create them, obviously. We did not create two accounts for you in E-Trade. Maybe one's okay, one's completely empty. Well, pick the one that isn't. How's that? Okay. That'll be up to you. I can't go into your account and tell you that. Now, you're not gonna auto trade it though, are you? We do not recommend auto trading the I mean, if you want to auto trade your own, strategy that you back tested and you're, perfectly willing to do that, fine. We do not, we do not recommend auto trading the AI. You get the alert, you can click on it, see what's happening in the charts, and then you can make up your mind if you want to trade it or not. I don't think there's any mad rush to auto trade. Don't auto trade. I know you're saying it's tempting, but if auto trading were the way to go, I'd be doing it. I would have been doing it for the last 10 years. Okay. Best use of the AI for me is as a watch list. The other thing is you don't get so many alerts. You don't think you get 100 alerts in the AI. I would say the average, it's certainly less than 10. I would say the average is certainly less than 10. What do we have? Five today. Always time to click on the alert, check out what's happening, see if there's any, moving average that you don't like in its way, or maybe a VWAP or something. Then if you like it, then you take the trade. And if it moves a few pennies from the alert price, it's not the end of the world. So what you should do, Eric, is use the simulator first, okay? Before you start trading live, even if you're going to not auto trade, I would use the simulator first, okay, before you connect to a live account. And you can easy enough to do. You just click on Sim from Brokerage Plus, and now you're in the simulator. And practice trading using our simulator. It uses our real time data, so it's going to be very close to connecting to a live account. And just so you can navigate your way around before you actually commit money to the market. Now, this assumes you're using our downloadable application. You're not using our web-based version. The simulator is only available in the downloadable application. And when you say you have a lot to learn, are you talking about you have a lot to learn about trading also? I'm talking to some Eric in our YouTube room. So, first thing to do, never mind Brokerage Plus. I mean, literally, you sound like you're very, very new. Okay, very new. You should like practice trading within a trade. Just to make sure you understand the mechanics of placing a trade. Okay, but if you're talking about how to place a trade here, it's fairly simple. You connect. I don't know if you've taken a look at this video. Maybe you haven't taken a look at the video. Okay, so you understand that. Okay, so if you take a look at the video, okay, the Brokerage Plus video that I just, or the link I put in, there are two videos. There's a short video, and in the short video, it shows how you connect to E-Trade, okay, from using Brokerage Plus. Now, I'm going to tell you, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. Okay. I mean, you can just trade, you can get your alert. Typically, you can, when you click on an alert in Trade Ideas, there's a way in which you can link it to your E-Trade account. So it'll just appear in the order entry and then you can trade there. You don't have to use Brokers Plus to trade. It's a feature, it's an option. I don't use it. I mean, I have Interactive Brokers. I don't use Brokers Plus to trade. I trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. There's a way in which you can just, using our external linking tool, and it connects to my account. So when I click on any alert anytime, it goes into my order entry. So it's a time saver. So I don't have to constantly type in the symbol in my order entry. That's all it is. It's a time saver. But I trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. I don't use Brokers Plus. Goods. I don't think you're still in the VFS, are you? I think it hit your stop. This thing is trying to get back up over 50. Okay, guys, with that in mind, I'm going to wrap this up. Now, YouTubers, what I should do for you guys, I mean, we do have like you were in a YouTube room, which is fine, okay? There is another trading room though, a lot more activity, a lot more action. And you can enter it from here, from this link. The reason I'm saying that is that the main room, which I call the main room, will be open. I won't be moderating it. I'm not going to be displaying my screen. But it will be open and guys can talk amongst yourselves until William decides to shut it down around 4 o'clock, perhaps, maybe 4:30. I don't know. It's up to him. Okay, so there is the link to get into the main room. And William, were you able to? Do I have to give you the script again? I can do it. The room will open on Friday, or were you just able to go in there and just edit it? I guess it's just as simple to go in here and edit that to Friday, right? Probably. Yeah, I don't know why I haven't been doing it like that. Okay. Okay, guys. Again, thanks for all the help, and we'll see you tomorrow. Oops. No, I shouldn't have done that. I'm so used to doing that. Okay, you just need to edit it. Okay, so you can just edit it. Okay, thanks. I actually shut it down on my end. Okay, YouTubers, so I'm going to shut you guys down because I have no way to monitor that. I'm taking off, so I can't monitor the YouTube room. So I will have to shut you guys down. We'll see you tomorrow.